Um, very happy to have you all. This is the starting of the global workshop. This may be a preparatory meeting, but this is a very important part of the preparatory meeting for the global workshop. When I informed, and first even at the planning time, when we were thinking, we thought, oh my God, 6 hours of workshop in one day and another 6 hours again on June 8th, isn't it too much? But then when we looked at the task ahead and the seriousness with which we need to address this, because the torque, that is the force that is needed to move this massive amount of the whole rights of the communities discriminated on work and dissent needs an effort of this nature. So I'm really thankful to all of you for making this time available. So welcome to this global workshop beginning. This is the first preparatory meeting. I'm extremely thankful to Dr. Julian and Dr. Corinne, experts and very close solidarity members of the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent. I will share with you, I think already the bios of Dr. Julian and Dr. Corinne has already been there. But just to say that Dr. Julian has been with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights for over 17 years. And he's just finished the term. And we are lucky that he's available through the good offices of Corinne, our friend. And he has been not only with the Office of the High Commissioner, but has been engaging with several movements, especially the Indigenous movement, as they have formed and fought and got their the UN Declaration for the Rights of the Indigenous Peoples. So he's one of the few people who has this knowledge, who's able to now give his effort and his experience to be with the communities discriminated on work and dissent. When I say to be with, it depends now on our collective energy to convince him that not only we mean business, but this particular issue is an issue which is core to the human rights principles, and therefore an appeal to him to continue to journey with us. Thank you very much, Julian, and we welcome you to this very important global workshop. And Corinne, many of you know, has been with us right from the World Conference Against Racism. Recently, she has authored a very, very interesting book. We will share with you towards the end, the book which talks about the 3 experiences of 3 communities: African descent, the indigenous communities, and the Dalits, as they try to shape the norms at the UN. She calls it norm entrepreneurship. And she has been with the movement. She's currently teaching in the University of London. She's heading the Human Rights Department, and has been very kindly has accepted to also journey with us right through to the global workshop and hopefully beyond. And I think these are 2 critical leaders, experts who are able to guide our strategy as we walk into the room on the 1st of July to really shape the strategy for the next at least 3 years as we try to achieve the UN Declaration of the Rights of the Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent. So welcome you all. I don't want to take any more time. I know it will be fantastic to have introductions, but it will take at least 30 minutes of our precious time, and we already are really restricted for time. So kindly type in your name, the organization, and the country where you're currently residing in. So it will be people as we are speaking that will be there, and also make sure that your name is spelled right on the screen, so that we all do realize. And then finally, when you speak, kindly tell your name and then speak, so that that is one form of interaction that we all have. Please mute yourself and see that there's no interference. And I know it's a very long time, but you will notice how fast this whole day goes. And I'm sure you might ask for more time at a later, but we will talk about it. But thank you very much. I now hand it over to Dr. Corinne and Dr. Julian Berger. And once again, a warm welcome to all the delegates who are here. All of us, there have been some requests that many more could participate, but we restricted this to those who are contributing and those who are participating in the New York Global Workshop. I'm very sorry, this has to be a little exclusive, but this is only to see that we contribute and we also receive what are the inputs that we need in order for us to effectively contribute. So thank you very much. And also I know that many of you are experts yourselves in these fields in various levels. And this is not to say that, you know, we are not considering your expertise in this, but this is collectively trying to think through what is the clear strategy that we need to have. And that is the thing. And I think you have with you the schedule. So I will not go through that again, except to say that we have 3 sessions today, and that will be primarily taken by Corinne and Dr. Julian. We have another 3 sessions on 8th of June, the same time we start. And again, that will be taken by Corinne, Julian, myself, and another gentleman who will be talking about the whole indigenous efforts, no, African descent efforts. So this is the crux, and this is the in essence, this is what we have in the 6 hours ahead. I'm happy to hand it over to Corinne. Over to you, Corinne.
Thank you, Paul, and good morning from London. Bienvenue et bonjour tout le monde. Hola, bon dia, namaste and jai bhim to friends from around the world. As Paul said, I've been on this journey with this global movement for more than 2 decades now, and it's a great pleasure to be joining you for this next important chapter focused on the UN advocacy for justice and for new standards for communities discriminated on work and descent. So, and I'm pleased very much that Julian, my colleague, can join us today, and we can benefit from the great expertise and long experience he has in supporting not only the Indigenous movement, but many other minority groups from around the world through his work. So today's training, as Paul said, we have 2 preparatory sessions. The main aim of these sessions is to try and bring together everyone's knowledge so that we're on a common foundation of knowledge before we get to New York. Now, I know many of you looking at this list of faces have extensive experience working for the UN, working with at the UN. For some of you, it may be new. So today we're trying to bring the levels of knowledge up to similar base point, which we think will enable in New York to have a more informed debate and discussion about the global advocacy plans. I will invite those of you who have more expertise on the UN to offer your experiences at different points in the training sessions so that you can share those with your fellow movement members. And of course, we welcome any questions and comments from all participants today. So just to run you through what we're aiming for. So our first session today We're just going to start with the basics of what is the United Nations. So looking at some of the key parts of the United Nations at the international level and also at the state level in country teams. Then after a break, we're going to look at specifically the UN's human rights mechanisms, of which there are many, and some of you will have used them before. In fact, we just heard this morning, Brahim has been working with one of the UN Special Rapporteurs. So we're going to look in detail at what those different mechanisms are, just to introduce you to their function. And then the third session, we're going to have a roundtable discussion with Julian Berger. And we're going to hear from him his reflections, his comments on the global Indigenous movement. How did they start? What were their objectives? How did they work together? What were some of the challenges that they faced? So that will be a chance for you also to ask questions of Julian to get some idea of what we can learn from that movement for your movement. So that's today's session. Briefly, for the session on the 8th of June, we're going to go a little bit deeper into knowledge of the UN and how to use it. So in the first session on the 8th of June, we're going to look at how do NGOs use UN human rights mechanisms. We'll start to talk about that a bit today, also bringing in your experiences. But on the 8th of session, we'll go even deeper on that, okay? So we're trying to build up layers of knowledge, bringing everyone to the same understanding and exchanging knowledge, because there's a lot of expertise in this virtual room today that we want to share. So on the 8th of June, we'll go deeper on how do NGOs use UN human rights mechanisms. And then we'll have a second session led by Paul, where we review what have been the successes over the last more than 20 years at the UN on discrimination based on work and descent. Because this global movement has been going for a long time, there have been important successes that it's good for us to understand and to reflect on, also for planning for the future. And then the third session on the 8th of June, we'll invite Carlos Alvarez, who is Afro-descendant from Argentina, and who has been at the heart of the global movement to secure recognition of people of African descent at the UN. They have recently established a new permanent forum for people of African descent at the UN, and that permanent forum will be drafting a declaration. So there is a lot that we can learn also from that movement, and we'll have a similar roundtable discussion with Carlos to what we're doing today with Julian. Okay, I think I'll stop there just in terms of the overview. Paul has sent to you some further training materials that you can make use of at another time. They are available in multiple languages, and they're designed to support activists on how to use UN mechanisms for advocacy. So I encourage you to make use of those to add to your learning from what we're going to focus on today. Obviously, we are recording this session. My slides that I'm going to present are in English, but we'll see if that can be made available in French and Portuguese. But we have obviously the translation today. So at any point, if you do have questions or comments, you can put them in the chat box. And at the point where we're going to pause for some group discussion, you can use the hand function to take the floor and share your experiences of the UN. I'll pause there. Julian, do you want to add anything at this point, just to say a few opening words?
Thank you, Corinne, and thank you also to all
Obrigado,
of you.
Corinne. Obrigado a todos os organizadores.
Seminar today. As both Paul and Corinne has said, I have spent a lot of my career in international work, specifically at the United Nations, but also with some of the regional human rights mechanisms, which we might also hear about as well, I don't, at some point. I think it's extremely useful to do this introductory session so that everybody is familiar with everything. Some may be expert on a rapporteur, but maybe less expert on how the treaty bodies work, or etc. So I think it's a very, very useful exercise, and I'm very happy to do my part a little bit later. I will be listening in during this first hour and a half, and then a little bit more active in the second and third part of this. So thank you again for bringing me on board, and I look forward to sort of getting to know you through this funny system of Zoom, which is we've got now a bit more used to, I guess. But for me, I still find it horrible in comparison to physically seeing people and right in front of me. But there you are. That's the way we have it right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Julian. And yes, we will look forward to seeing everyone in person at some point. But for this purpose, it serves a function, the online. So let me start with the first session, where we're going to look at what is the UN and what does it do. Now, for some of you, I know this is something you know intimately already. For some of you, it may be quite new. So we'll dive in and we'll have a chance for those who have more experience to share that later in the session. So I'm just going to focus really on the basic points. Now, someone can confirm that the slides are showing now. Is that right?
Yes, that's showing. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to bring it into slideshow mode. Just give me a moment to set it up. So I think you still have the regular view, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So our first session is focused on the United Nations and what it does. So the United Nations, it was created in 1945 as an organization of member states. And this is the important first point to remember, which is that the United Nations serves the interests of states. It's an organization created by them and for them. Now, there are different parts of the United Nations, some of which have more independence than others. But we need to remember that it is a political institution, and the UN does not operate independently of the interests of states. Now, human rights issues, of course, are very political. They relate to power and inequality, and also state power. So when we use the United Nations, there are many norms and standards on human rights that we can use, but we're operating in a political institution. And so we have to think politically about how to use it. There are currently 193 states who are members of the UN. And its main aim is to promote 3 pillars: peace and security, development, and human rights. Of course, as we know, human rights is part of peace and security and also part of development. But it's also a key 3rd pillar of the United Nations work. So the UN is governed by a treaty, which is the UN Charter. This is the treaty that states sign when they join the UN. So for those who don't know, let me explain briefly what is a treaty, because this is quite important for your advocacy work going forward. A treaty is a legally binding agreement between states. In order for it to be legally binding, the state must first sign the treaty and then ratify the treaty. That makes it legally binding on their territory. Now, some states do this through parliamentary legislation. Some do it through an executive body. But it's important to know that treaties must be ratified and signed by states for them to be legally binding on their territory. We'll come back to this concept as we go through the training. So when states join the UN, they sign the UN Charter Treaty, which outlines the purposes of the United Nations. Now, this governs many things, including, for example, the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, the different bodies of the UN, the core bodies of the UN. But it's important to remember that in that UN Charter, signed first in 1945, human rights was central to the purposes of the United Nations. And you can see here in Article 1.3, so the very start of the treaty, it says, to achieve international cooperation in solving international problems of economic, social, cultural, or humanitarian character, and in promoting and encouraging respect for human rights and for fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. So human rights and also non-discrimination are absolutely at the center of the UN's work. So this is one main reason why, as advocates for justice, for non-discrimination, and for human rights, we use the United Nations to help achieve those goals. We can see it as an ally because of its core purposes and principles. Now, the other thing I want to pause here is to see that the UN's role is in promoting and encouraging respect for human rights. Those two words are important, promoting and encouraging. Now, this is not the same as enforcing human rights. The enforcement of human rights falls on the part of the state responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the UN. So that's another important political element of the UN. It helps us to promote and encourage respect for human rights, including on work and descent-based discrimination. But it is not there to enforce compliance with human rights. It's above the state, and the state has the responsibility for compliance. And as we know, as advocates, the state often fails to do that. But we use the UN as an ally to help influence the state to change its practice on human rights. So the UN is made up of 5 principal organs or principal parts, principal institutions. We have there pictured the UN in New York, where we'll be in July. The first part is the General Assembly, which I'll talk about in more detail. The second part is the International Court of Justice. It rules on interstate complaints. it's not really a tool that we use for human rights advocacy as civil society. So I won't talk further about that. The third is the Security Council, which you've probably heard of. It's focused on international peace and security. It is an important mechanism, but it doesn't look as much at the kind of human rights issues that we're focused on. So I won't talk further about the Security Council for now, but if that's something you'd like to discuss later, we can. The fourth is the Secretariat, and this is comprised of many different bodies, which I'll talk about. And of course, it's headed by the UN Secretary General. And then the fifth is the Economic and Social Council, which is a major body of the UN that does include some focus on human rights. So I will talk more about the Economic and Social Council. So let's start with the General Assembly. You can see there the General Assembly meeting room in New York. This is where all 193 member states have representation. And it's really a meeting space for states. NGOs sometimes are invited to participate for some sessions, special occasions, etc. But mostly this is a place for states to discuss and debate issues. The main thing that the General Assembly does is to pass what's called resolutions. A resolution is an agreed document that is a shared statement of all UN member states on a particular issue. It can be a human rights issue, a security issue, development issue. So the General Assembly agrees many, many resolutions each time it meets. For our purposes, it's important to note that some of those resolutions become formal declarations. So the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was a General Assembly resolution. The UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples was a General Assembly resolution. Now, those documents start to be negotiated before they reach the General Assembly, but it's the General Assembly that takes the final decision and adopts that declaration. Now, thinking back to what I said about treaties, it's important to remember that declarations, therefore, are political texts. They're not legally binding treaties. A treaty requires each individual state to agree to be bound by it, to agree to have to comply with it. Whereas a declaration, it's agreed by the General Assembly. So it has an important normative value. Sometimes declarations become treaties eventually. So it can be a starting point. A declaration can become eventually a treaty. But it's different in terms of how it is legally binding. We would say it's politically biased and norms are. So with that caveat, the General Assembly also can initiate important actions. So for example, certain inquiries on human rights or major conferences of relevance to human rights. I know this group has been focused on the high-level political forum on the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. So this is a discussion also that the General Assembly facilitates. The General Assembly has 6 subcommittees. The particular third committee is of interest to us, which is the Social, Humanitarian, and Cultural Affairs Committee. which is the main focal point in the General Assembly that discusses human rights issues. So, for example, if this movement is successful with political support for a declaration on discrimination based on work and descent, the third committee is the part of the General Assembly that would debate that text. So it is an important focal point for advocacy, and every member state of the UN can sit in that committee. But it's a very diplomatic and political space where states negotiate texts. You can watch those discussions live on UN Web TV, and that's available in the 6 UN languages, which includes French and Spanish. So if you're interested to understand how that works better, I would recommend looking at UN Web TV at some point. Okay, so let's move on from the General Assembly and turn to the UN Secretariat. So you have pictured there the current Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Gutierrez. I believe he used to be head of the UN High Commission for Refugees as well. He's been the Secretary General since 2017. Now, it's the Secretary General has an important voice in the UN, and the Secretary General sometimes launches initiatives related to human rights. In recent years, he launched an initiative on hate speech, which is important for this group as well. So there is an opportunity for the Secretary General to raise issues of human rights to states and also to initiate certain activities within his office. So we call this using his good offices or diplomacy to bring attention to human rights issues of concern. You may have seen recently he has visited Ukraine and the conflict there. Now, his Secretariat includes 3 other important bodies: the Department of Political Affairs, the Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, and the Department of Peacekeeping Operations. I won't say much more about these at this time. If you have specific questions about them, we can come back to it. But I just want to present to you that these other bodies exist under his office. So another interesting aspect of the Secretary General's wider team is that the Secretary General has appointed some special advisors on key themes. Now, in relation to human rights, I've given the 2 examples here. The special advisor on the prevention of genocide, which is currently held by the Kenyan Alice Wairimu Nderitu. And this office has responsibility to collect information on serious violations of human rights related to targeting ethnicity, religious groups, racialized groups, etc. And it acts as an early warning of serious risk of mass violations of human rights in relation to genocide. And that special advisor also can make recommendations to the Security Council. So this is one tool that civil society can use to bring attention to some of the most serious violations of human rights that may be related to genocide. And the special representative for children and armed conflict has a similar kind of role. So these institutions liaise strongly with the Security Council, so the international peace and security part of the UN. Okay, let's have a look at the Economic and Social Council, which is one of the sub-bodies of the UN. So its discussions contribute to General Assembly, but it reports to the General Assembly. It's made of 54 member states, so it's not as big as the General Assembly. It does meet in New York. And amongst other things, it oversees the work of the UN agencies. So UNDP, some of the specialized agencies like World Health Organization, etc. And it also oversees the Commission on the Status of Women, which I believe perhaps some of you have attended before. So that looks at how the UN is helping to implement women's rights, particularly the Beijing Conference, World Conference on Women's Rights from 1995, I believe. And it meets for 10 days a year in New York. And civil society can participate. And the second, for our interest, is the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, which we may hear a bit more about from Julian later. But this is an institution that includes Indigenous representatives and representatives from UN member states that work together to review implementation of Indigenous people's rights. It's a very important institution in the UN for Indigenous peoples. And it enables Indigenous peoples also to work very closely with UN agencies, because UN agencies attend meetings of the Permanent Forum. Now, I said at the start of the session that people of African descent have recently established a UN Permanent Forum for people of African descent. And we will learn more about that on the 8th of June. That Permanent Forum reports to a different part of the UN. It reports to the Human Rights Council, but it will serve a similar function to the Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. Now let me turn briefly to Ecostock consultative status. So this is the way that the UN officially recognizes permission for certain NGOs to speak at UN meetings and to contribute to the UN's work. About 5,000 NGOs, more than 5,000 NGOs have this status. It's quite important for accessing certain UN meetings, like the Human Rights Council. For other UN meetings, it's not required. Mostly it's recognized for international NGOs that are broadly representative of their fields of work. For example, Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch would be recognized in this way. But smaller NGOs as well that are only based in one country can be recognized for this status, but only if their own state approves. Now, it can be a long and complicated process to get this recognition. And infamously, the International Dalit Solidarity Network has applied again and again and again to have Ecostock status, but it has been blocked by India. it's one of the most famous cases of this, one of the most difficult cases. So I mention it because it's important to understand how NGOs access the UN, and that for some types of participation, this Ecostock status is needed. It's not needed for others. But I thought it important for us to understand that how civil society works with the UN. It is sometimes limited by having Ecostock status. And I'm happy to answer further questions about that. Okay, so let's see, we're doing pretty good for time. I'm turning now to discuss the UN agencies. So you probably have heard of many of these. I've listed here just a few. For our purposes, the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights is very important because they support much of the human rights monitoring work of the UN. It's based mostly in Geneva. The UN Development Program, UNDP, is very important because they have offices in many, many countries. And I'll talk a bit more about that. And they also work closely on issues of human rights, of democratic governance, and supporting the SDGs. Poverty issues is also a key focus of UNDP. Then we have UNICEF, which is focused on child rights. Child rights is an extremely important area of human rights work. Sometimes you can find that it may be easier to raise issues as a child rights issue than as a general issue, because states are, more likely to listen when it's a child rights issue, if I can put it that way. And of course, we have a specific treaty on child rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, that UNICEF focuses very closely on implementing. Then we have UN Women, which has a strong focus on empowering women's groups. It also works with another organization called the United Nations, let's see, UNFPA, which is focused on reproductive health for women, amongst other things. The United Nations Population Fund. Then we have the International Labor Organization, which is one of the specialized agencies of the UN. So it has a bit more independence. It was actually established before the UN, so it has a long history. It is important for your advocacy work because of the focus on labor rights, and it also focuses on non-discrimination, and it has a program of work also on modern slavery and on Indigenous people's rights. Then we have UNESCO, which has some important work on anti-racism and also on protection of cultural rights. But I think especially its anti-racism, non-discrimination work is relevant for our group. And then the World Bank is another example. It's a bit separate from the UN. It has a lot of independence. Obviously, it's important for looking at poverty and development issues. Civil society can work with the World Bank. It can be a bit tricky, but it has certain policies in place to ensure that when it loans money to governments, that the impact of that is not violating human rights. So you can use the World Bank for some advocacy work as well. Now, in general, these agencies have a common focus on the Sustainable Development Goals. This is the major orientation of UN work on development and environment until the year 2030. So I think it's really exciting that this group has been able to focus some attention on participation in the SDGs and the high-level political forum on the SDGs at the UN. UN responsibility in supporting implementing law. Some are better at this than others, but as UN agencies, they have responsibilities to support governments to implement human rights standards. So UN agencies can be an important ally in trying to influence states to recognize and act on their human rights obligations. Some UN agencies do have a role in monitoring treaties, particularly the International Labour Organization. The ILO has nearly 200 treaties that it monitors. There is a complaints mechanism, a way to complain to the ILO about a state not implementing its treaty obligations. We can perhaps talk a bit more about that, but I just want to mention this as a key tool for advocacy. And obviously these agencies have a role in supporting all three pillars of the UN: development, peace and security, and human rights. Some of these agencies have undertaken work on caste and work and descent-based discrimination, particularly the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. We will look at that in more detail on the 8th of June. But perhaps we can start today in our discussion to share some examples of how we've worked with some of these agencies. I don't have a full list here. There's, I think, up to 30 agencies of the UN, 30 agencies. I've just highlighted a few that I think are particularly important for this group, but we can bring other examples as well. Okay, so my final slide for this session is to talk briefly about UN country teams. So one of the reasons why the UN is a good ally for advocacy is that they have teams in many, many countries. And those country teams can be an open door for conversation about the issues we're concerned about. Now, I've said that the country teams, they have a focus on sustainable development, on peace and security, and often on human rights as well. How is it organized, a country team? So not every country will have all of the UN agencies represented. In most of the countries, you have at least the United Nations Development Program, the UNDP. The head of the UNDP in a country is called the resident coordinator. Now, this person is very, very important for advocacy work. Not only is the resident coordinator the head of UNDP, but they're leading all of the UN agencies. They're helping to coordinate all of the UN agencies in a country, because the UN wants that those agencies work together and have a common plan of action. Now we can see what this common plan of action is. The first step in developing that is drafting a UN common country analysis. Now this is an important tool for civil society, because this common country analysis will discuss what are the major problems for development, for human rights, for environment in a given country. So it's important for civil society to ensure that their concerns are included in that common country analysis. So does the common country analysis discuss work and descent-based discrimination? That is the first thing you'd want to know. That's the first thing you'd want to ask the UN country team when you meet them. Now this is updated regularly, so there is a chance to influence the content of that analysis. And that analysis helps the country team to develop their program of action, which is the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework. So the cooperation framework is the core strategy of the UN for a country. They'll have their program plans, their targets, key issues they want to look at. Now, this is an important document for you to look at as well. Does that cooperation framework discuss plans to address work and descent-based discrimination? If it doesn't, you need to ask the UN why they have neglected to look at that issue. Now, the other important thing to remember is that the UN is in a country at the invitation of the government. So the UN can't do things in the country that the government objects to. They're there to support governments to achieve development and human rights goals. At the present, that's largely defined by the Sustainable Development Goals. And the UN does this through what's called technical support to government programs. So supportive advice, technical expertise, bringing together actors to discuss plans for development. But this means there is a limit to what the UN can do without the government's permission. So this is an important thing to understand as well. When you lobby the UN, you need to also lobby the government, because the UN really can't do things that the government says no to. I'm putting that in very simple terms, but it's important that we understand the limits of what the UN can do. But having said that, it is a supportive ally. The UN does a lot of diplomacy, particularly the resident coordinator. So working with that person, for them to understand your issues and concerns is important, because that can help you to build an ally at the country level who will discuss issues of concern to you also with the government. They can't force the government to act, but they can help to influence the government on these areas. Okay, so what I'd like to do now is to turn the floor over to you for a moment. I know many of you have worked with various UN agencies. Sometimes that cooperation has been positive. I'm sure sometimes it's been very difficult. So I think it would be useful to have some sharing of that experience. Have you worked with the ILO, the UN Development Program, maybe UNICEF, World?
Apologies. Please unmute yourself again. There was a technical glitch.
Can you hear me, Johannes?
Yes, sorry about that. Once we
Okay.
switch over from the muting everyone to inviting them to participate, there's this small kind of transition phase where you are automatically muted again. So sorry about that.
Okay. So let me just repeat what we'd like to do now. I'd like to hear from any of you who have experience of working with a UN agency. So that could be working with UN Development Program, maybe UNICEF, World Health Organization, whatever example you'd like to bring. Today, we want to focus mostly on the agencies rather than the UN human rights mechanisms. We'll have time to talk about that at our next session. But maybe we can talk here also about your experience of the high-level political forum on the Sustainable Development Goals, if for those of you who have participated there. You could share what was the focus of the cooperation you had with the UN agency, what you thought were the benefits of that cooperation, why was it worthwhile to make that cooperation, and what you found difficult about that. What was it like really to work with a UN agency? Because I think going forward from this movement, you may find yourself working with different UN agencies. I know this movement in the past has done that. So I think it would be helpful for some exchanging of knowledge and experience on how to do this well, and also some sharing of how sometimes it's difficult. So I'm just going to stop sharing my screen for a moment so that we can see everyone. And I can see already Zulfikar has raised his hand. So we see back in the room. So Zulfikar, would you like to start and give us an example of working with the UN?
Well, yes, sure. So the kind of the more frequent experience is working with the International Labour Organization, ILO, given my own background and work that we worked on the labor issues, and the issues that we really brought to their attention were the issue related to the labor bondage, where we have most of our own communities, discriminated communities engaged in this this work, and other also sort of the informal workers. So, so I think it's been like a very mixed kind of response, and I would say the impression one is that it's always good, despite of all these limitations. We always want to bring these issues to the attention of the ILO. But what I found a little bit kind of disappointing is more like a bureaucratic mechanisms at the ILO Islamabad office, and even lack of seriousness comparing to the UN mechanisms in Geneva or New York. So that's what's one impression and the difference. And the second is that I think it also depends, to be very honest, that this goes to the civil society, trade unions, and activities, because these kind of UN agencies have become a little bit more bureaucratic, and I think you need to really repeatedly engage with them. So that's the second impression, is that one off or maybe twice engagement doesn't make any impression upon them. So you need to have that kind of. So that's the second one. And the third one, the second more specific was also with the UNICEF, where we really wanted to work with them on a new framework to address the The child labor in Pakistan, again with focus on the child bonded labor, and again we have our own interest because most of these communities in the informal work or agriculture work, where we have the child labor, majority of the child labor in agriculture work. So I think one thing was positive, that they immediately agreed, and we agreed on it because of the conference was held, and even a declaration came out of the conference, and then suddenly total breakup of the follow-up. Though they agreed on the follow-up and with this, but then suddenly this. So we tried a couple of the times to follow up, but then again, obviously everybody's busy, so we got busy in our work. So this couldn't continue, despite they heavily invested it in terms of organizing the conference and all that. So that was the second experience with them. Rest, one thing which I want to bring, that how we can see that how we can articulate our intervention, that's more a critic of the UN these days. What we are experiencing in Pakistan, that they have become like more and kind of project implementing agencies. For example, UNDP has a huge projects. So they have their own staff, big vehicles, and everybody going here and there. So this is what exactly they've been doing, and they get money from. The same goes to the UN women, for example, having these projects, staffs, getting money from the Norwegian embassy, which should otherwise would have gone to the civil society to Pakistan. So I think these are some trends which we have noticed, but we try to kind of engage with them. So this at the moment, but maybe further when we go sharing, I might have some additional comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Zulfikar. That was an excellent insight from those experiences of working with the ILO and with UNICEF. If I can just summarize a couple of important points you shared. First of all, that you need repeated engagement. So building a relationship with that country team is important. Showing up once won't make miracles happen. But you've also noted that it can be quite bureaucratic. And this is absolutely correct. It is a giant bureaucracy. The UN country teams are made up of staff from around the world and from the country. And sometimes that staff is changing. And so you get a lack of continuity as well, which can contribute to the second point, which was the difficulty you had with follow-up. So I think one of the things for this group to consider is, because the UN is quite bureaucratic, it is mandated from above, right? That they're told from a lot of things to flow. So getting attention to your issues at a higher level in the UN can help to persuade those in country teams to take more action on those issues. So there is an influencing that can happen at the local level, but also from above. But it's interesting that you had success in organizing a conference and getting a declaration, but that the follow-up was difficult. And I can see how that can happen even with your best efforts. Also, you said that they've become a project implementing agency. Yes, that's true. So they do get a lot of funding, also, as you said, from embassies to implement projects that they may have agreed with the government. So it may be challenging to influence the content of those projects. It's a concern if you say that money is diverted to UN away from civil society that could be used. But I think it's possibly about looking at how, for others, how to become partners in some of that project implementation. Let me move now to Paul to add his own insights and experience. Paul.
Thank you, Corinne. This is a location where the country, which is India, has actively engaged to block any intervention from Dalit or now discriminated based on work and descent to the UN. So when you have a situation like that, to circumvent or to overcome that, UN resident representative or the UNDP, UN women have played some role, active role, as well as the special rapporteurs in breaking this issue apart from the Indian government, the domestic government, to the UN mechanisms. For example, UN resident representative had encouraged the support to the communities discriminated on work and descent in the early years, right from 2015 to 2017. They actively supported our interventions. They have physically sponsored our travels and have ensured that these policy asks were included in the UN resident representatives' own interventions upward to their, to the UN secretariats. So I think that was one possible, but that only because the resident representative, the UN resident representative at that time was actively pro-people's human rights concerns advocate. And because of that, even though the Indian government had a different position, they were able to stand ground and then actively engage our physical representation at the UN HLPF in those days. So that was one lesson that we had learned, that when things are going very tough at the domestic level, you can find some positive advocate within the UN bodies who can take it out from the domestic to the taking up at the international, at especially the UN levels. That the second experience, positive experience we've had, of course, there are several negative experiences which I don't want to talk about it, because there are bound to be people who always say, like the current resident representative or the previous one, who says, I am at the invitation of the local government, Indian government, so therefore I do not want to do anything that upset their thing. So there have been much more experiences of that sort, but I think we'll have to find spaces and people who will support. So the second one is we had also a very actively supportive UN, the head of the UN Women here in India, and she had actively engaged us, sought out, so that we could apply for a call for proposal. And we had a 4-country project looking specifically at livelihoods of Dalit women, and therefore what are the key interventions that UN can make in the SDGs, and also have its implementation at the 4-country level. And this was for 2 years, and we had very actively engaged, and it was also taken up by UN Women. So many a time we could find a kind of a very sympathetic, active proponent on the Dalit rights, Dalit women's rights in UN Women. And to that, I think that tradition continues even today, and we need to make, we thought it would be good to make. We also could use that in the ILO once, when there was a very interesting person by name Koen Compier, a person who was very supportive of this, but once he left, then it left a void. So in the end, I think I would say there are positive experiences. If we can get them, at least connect with those who are sympathetic to the issue and give them the sufficient material and evidence so that they can speak on our behalf, circumventing the permanent mission or the member state in saying that these are a bunch of nobodies in from the country which are only interested in bringing our whole fame and name to shame, so therefore I feel it is a very interesting experience in trying to overcome some of the hurdles that the local government or the domestic governments place on a particular issue like ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. It's some great examples and insights there as well. I'm just going to repeat some key points for the translation as well, because there's a note here that some of the translation needs to catch up a bit. So what you've told us is the importance of the head of UN agencies within countries. So the resident coordinator, which leads the UN development program and coordinates all of the UN head of agencies. But you gave the example of the head of UN Women being particularly supportive, actively reaching out to civil society organizations and encouraging you to apply for opportunities offered by the UN country team. And you discussed importantly how even where the state is objecting to your participation or to your issues, the UN can facilitate some recognition of your issues and can potentially also financially support some of your advocacy. So in this sort of development community, we know that you can have a good resident coordinator who's really strong on human rights, who's brave and supportive and willing to speak out. And you can have a not so good resident coordinator who's not so much understanding of human rights potentially, and who doesn't want to risk speaking out to the government. So you need to understand your leaders and see who is an ally potentially and who perhaps isn't. And again, you've highlighted, like Zulfikar, the continuity challenge. And I can see Manjula has said as well, you had a great ally in ILO who moved on and used the support. So this is the importance of not only building relationships, but building institutional priorities and commitments on your issues, so that no matter who is in the job, they've been told from above, they need to work on work and descent-based discrimination. Brahim, you have your hand up. Please share your example.
Oui, mais après, si vous avez terminé ce que vous aviez à dire.
I can take the floor if you're done with what you had to say.
Allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Je peux?
May I?
Oui, allez-y, Brahim.
Je vous remercie, Corinne.
Thank you, Corinne,
Pour ce tableau qui est très clair et très important.
for your very clear and important presentation in terms of human rights. I would like to make 3 remarks. Firstly, in terms of our rights, in terms of advocacy at the UN level, I think it is important to recall that the UN is an important organization, a political organization. As such, it should work for the governments. Nevertheless, we should never give up. We should speak out and make our voices heard. There is always a way to speak up. Secondly, in our country, Mauritania, when the civil society tries to talk about an issue, it's not taken seriously. But when there is a UN representative, or when someone takes the floor at the UN, our governments are scared. In fact, they're caring about their image, and they want to send out a positive image to the rest of the world. So this is an opportunity for us to make our voices heard at the UN level and to perform our lobbying work. We need to lobby strongly in order to wait at when, because it is the UN that will pressure on our country. And thirdly, you talked about indigenous people. There are minorities which should not be forgotten, and they should be included in the UN programs for indigenous people. Minorities are discriminated against throughout the world. According to the UN, a minority is not defined by the number of people. It is defined by your power and how much you weigh in terms of decision making in your country. If you're oppressed, if you are discriminated against, even though there is a lot of people, you are still regarded as a minority. These are the three remarks I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brahim, for those examples and reflections from your experience. I think you're right that we should not give up on the UN, even though it's not a perfect institution. I think we've heard from some examples how we can cooperate with the UN. We need to only remember that, as you say, Brahim, it is a political organization, and politics and power come into that relationship as well. But we can be strategic about overcoming some of those barriers. And you're right that in many cases, governments do care what the UN says. Now, sometimes that works to our advantage because it means that if the UN is critical on work and dissent, then the government may listen. In other cases, such as in India, when the UN is critical on work and dissent, the government goes the opposite way and tries to close the conversation, right? Because they're embarrassed about their reputation. So what we want to achieve is opening that dialogue so that the UN can be an ally to facilitate that dialogue with the government, regardless of their position. I have another hand up. I think we have time for one last contribution. It doesn't have a name, it just says iPhone, but if you have your hand up, you can take the floor.
C'est Abou Bakrin.
Welcome. Allez-y, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. Merci pour votre présentation assez claire.
Thank you very much for your clear presentation.
On sait qu'effectivement l'ONU, mais nous aujourd'hui on veut faire entendre la voix.
Today, what we want is to have discriminated communities' voices heard. What do we need to do to be strong? We are now preparing the World Forum on Discrimination, and we really want for our voices to be heard. We want for the UN to take our thoughts into consideration when it comes to its work, be it here in Mauritania or in India, other communities in Europe. All voices need to be heard. What are the mechanisms that should be leveraged in the framework of our lobbying work?
Merci, Madame l'experte.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abou Bakrin, for your comments. I agree that your voices need to be heard at the UN. Just 1 second. And we're going to...
Corinne, I have hard time to raise my hand, but it's
okay.
Abda one from Cross Africa.
Okay, Acta will take you just after
Abdama.
Yeah, we'll have you next. We'll first Raichatu.
Raïchatou aussi est là.
Allez-y, s'il vous plaît, madame.
Oui.
Vas-y.
Moi ou Abda?
Me?
Madame.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Corinne. Bonjour à tous.
Thank you very much, Corinne, and hi, everyone. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting. We learned a great deal about the different organs and about their work in the countries. We have some experience with the World Labor Organization. The State Department in the US has financed some work. We also have some experience with UNIFEM, and we're in close contact with them, as well as UNESCO. We worked a bit together with UNESCO, so it is not new for us, but it's always very interesting to see what activities those agencies carry out, especially in the framework of our advocacy work. And I think this knowledge is going to prepare us for the upcoming debates, especially with the July meeting in mind. I am here with Ibrahim, who had a few issues with his laptop, but we managed to follow the whole presentation, and thanks again for that. Ibrahim sends his warmest regards to you. Thank you very much, Corinne.
Merci beaucoup, Raichatou, pour votre contribution. Et alors, Ada, vous avez la parole?
Yes, thank you very much, Corinne, for this great communication on ways to basically make us visible and have an impactful work at the UN. I would say two things. One thing, if I were to talk from the DWD perspective, by the way, I'm the communication officer for North Africa and originally from Mauritania. So what we really need is to see our communities or our government to see like a declaration, whatever can help us to see somewhere written, like there are slavery in Mali or in Mauritania, in Burkina Faso. This is something that will be very helpful to us. What can we, who can we talk to have like a declaration, to have like petitions? That's something that will be very help us. The other thing is basically up to us. We, when I say us, it's us Dalit from Pakistan, to make ourselves visible. There are things that doesn't make many sense for people who live in the US, but who is very meaningful to us. When I was living there, we used to organize like a protest in the front of the US, seeing Dalits dressed and African coming with their drums. And even if it's 50 people, 100 people, 200 people, if we try to have it, it's going to be very impactful. And usually the kind of dictators that we have in Africa only react when they see there are a combination of UN doing something and people of the diaspora. People of the diaspora play a great role in policies, in policy, in Africa. So that is why whatever we have to do, we have to make this sure we have like an afternoon of protests during like this high level. If we have 100 people, 200 people, here we can see like people like Paul dressed as a good Dalit Abdawan coming with his grand bubu. This will make a very good impact, not only in the media, but it is what usually our governments, our dictators are looking at. If they see people mobilizing and they see their names being accused in a declaration, this is what we really want to achieve in the short term. Of course, in the long term, we will also have to lobby so we can have funding for the community organizations, for our organizations to be able to implement some of our strategies. Thank you very much for your time and for coming to talk to us. And I think this was a very good idea. And I have, of course, to thank my friend and mentor, Paul Divakar, for organizing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Abda, for those additional ideas about how to increase visibility. And the example you gave about really visible protests at the UN, I think is something that the Indigenous movement has used, and perhaps we can ask Julian about that experience this afternoon. Certainly a declaration is one way to make these issues more visible. It's not the only way. So I think in New York, we can debate that. There are different tools and processes we can use to make this issue more visible. But visibility is central to committing the UN to action. That is for sure. And also for states to be named specifically on their obligations, naming and shaming, as we say. So we're going to have to draw to a conclusion, but I just want to acknowledge Madame Raisha too also has shared these examples of working with ILO, with UNESCO, with UN Women. I can see a post here from Bhakta from Nepal in the chat talking about how they have collaborated with different UN agencies on a short-term basis, but it's been more challenging to get a long-term strategic commitment, also to be in that development cooperation framework, to be recognized in that. And Zulfikar has also extended some other comments about thinking more strategically about how we work with the ILO, which has some specific mechanisms. So there are a range of UN agencies that you have worked with. Perhaps in New York, we can come together and strategize a bit more about how to make the most of that allyship, that cooperation with UN agencies to contribute to your wider goals of being recognized within the UN system. So I'm going to bring this session to a close so that we can have a break. We will resume in 25 minutes. So hopefully that's time for a bit of a drink and a snack. So we'll come back together at the start of the hour in 25 minutes in this meeting room. And then we'll look at the specific UN human rights mechanisms. Thank you so much for your contribution so far.
Thank you.
I want to do the UPR as well. I cover the UPR and I cover the mechanisms, or you're going to do the treaty bodies? Okay.
You go up to treaty bodies, yeah. So
okay.
OHCHR as well.
Okay, you do the OHCHR as well, right?
No, you can, because you worked there. For,
that. Okay, boy, okay.
I only worked there for 3 months. For like 25 years. Yeah. Okay. So I look to Paul and Johannes if we're ready to resume. Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay, so welcome back, friends. We're going to move to our second session today. We started in the first session looking at the UN as a whole, as an institution. And now we're going to look at the part of the UN that has a special responsibility for monitoring human rights. And that part of the UN mostly reports either to the Economic and Social Council or up to the General Assembly, which we looked at in the first session. So this is bodies that are lower down in the hierarchy of the UN, but have concentrated attention on human rights issues, and which are very, very accessible for civil society organizations. Now, I know many of you have decades of experience of working with these institutions. So in this session, we will also make time at the end for you to share those experiences and your recommendations about how this movement can use those as well. So we will make time for that. And remember, on the 8th of June, we will be continuing this discussion, looking more at the strategies for using the UN human rights mechanisms. Today, what we want to do is give you an introduction to the range of mechanisms so that those who haven't used them before can really understand what the options are. And then we'll begin to learn from shared experience in the discussion. And we'll continue that discussion on the 8th of June. So let's turn to the presentation. And I'm going to be inviting Dr. Julian Berger to assist with this. He has many decades of experience of working with the UN, working inside the UN, in particular in the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So we can make great use of his expertise and experience. So let me just begin by sharing our presentation again. Okay, and oh, no, it's not letting me advance. Sorry, I'll have to go to where we need to get to. Okay, so let's start session 2. How are human rights monitored at the UN? So they're monitored by many different, what we would call protection mechanisms. And remember, this is about monitoring human rights, not enforcing human rights compliance. The UN doesn't have those powers of enforcement, except in the rare cases where the Security Council approves that. But this is in quite extreme situations of conflict. But for other situations, we can make use of different types of mechanisms at the UN that play a role in monitoring human rights, providing general advice on human rights themes, and also examining human rights violations in specific countries. So for this movement, both of those things are important. How to use the UN to monitor human rights violations in a specific country, and how to use the UN to develop recommendations, standards on themes of human rights issues. And for us, obviously, this is work in descent-based discrimination. So when we talk about the UN's human rights mechanisms, we have 2 categories. The first is the charter bodies. Now, remember at the start of the last session, I talked about the UN Charter, which is the treaty that founds the UN. On the basis of that treaty, several mechanisms have been developed, including the Human Rights Council, which is a political body, and the appointment of independent experts who also examine human rights issues. And those are what we call the special procedures. We also have in the Human Rights Council something called the Universal Periodic Review, which means every country in the world, every 4.5 years, enters into dialogue with the Human Rights Council about their compliance with human rights in their own country. It's a very important monitoring mechanism. So these are more what we would call the political bodies of the UN's human rights monitoring mechanisms, because they're overseen by the Human Rights Council, which is a political body made up of states. In contrast, we have the treaty bodies. Now, these are monitoring mechanisms that are attached to 9 different human rights treaties. And states need to ratify those treaties, sign up and ratify those treaties. When they do so, they come before those expert treaty bodies, which are made up of independent experts, not states. And they will report on how they are implementing that one treaty in their own country. And they enter a dialogue with the experts in these treaty bodies, who then offer what they call concluding observations, which are recommendations to the state on how they can better implement human rights in their country under that specific treaty. So that's just a brief overview. We're going to go into these each in more detail. This slide gives you in one picture an idea of how these different bodies fit together. So on the left-hand side, we talked this morning about the different UN agencies who each have responsibilities to support states on human rights issues. And then we talked also this morning on the right-hand side about the political bodies. At the top, we have the General Assembly pictured there, and below it, the Human Rights Council, which reports to the General Assembly and to the Economic and Social Council, and oversees the Universal Periodic Review, where each state reports on their human rights compliance, and the so-called special procedures, which are independent experts, individual people who review either themes on human rights or country situations. And then in the middle, we have the treaty bodies, which are groups of experts who make up a committee who review how states are meeting their treaty obligations under these 10 main human rights treaties. So that's how it fits together. Let's go in more depth looking at different institutions. And for this, I'm going to give the floor to Julian to share with us his insights into first the Human Rights Council. Julian.
Great, thank you, Corinne. And first of all, can I make sure you can all hear me, because I don't have a little mic here? Can you all hear me? Is it okay? Not okay, thank you. Well, maybe I can start with a couple of general comments on the Human Rights Council. The first is that I think the Human Rights Council is your target. This is your target. It's your target because the Human Rights Council takes the decisions. And so in that respect, it's a body which will decide whether or not there'll be a new declaration of rights in the area that's interesting to you, whether there'll be an international year, an international decade, a special mechanism or body set up. So in pretty well everything that you are going to be discussing in New York, this Human Rights Council is the body you got to be thinking about, because this is the body which will make the decisions. It's a governmental body. And so this is the body you need to be looking at in the sense of progressing your issues politically in the United Nations. Of course, following the decision taken by the Human Rights Council, it goes up to its General Assembly, the body above it. But basically, once decisions are taken by governments at the Human Rights Council, you have won the day in your kind of progression to move the issues forward internationally. So bear that in mind. We're going to explain a little bit how it works, but the main thing I think is to remember it as a place you need to be working at in order to get your issues through. And the second general comment, and it was made by a couple of you when you intervened, is it's a political body. So it's a governments essentially there, represented often by the foreign ministries of governments, which is why there's often greater hostility from foreign ministries than from other ministries, ministries of education or health, which are the governing bodies of organizations like the World Health and so on, or UNESCO. So it's a political body, and that has advantages and disadvantages. And I think it's important, I hope we'll discuss that later, but I think retain that in your mind. Governments do not agree on anything when it gets to human rights. They're all disagreeing on pretty well everything. There is no government position at the UN. There may be regional groups that have a position. There may be single states that are keeping a position that is independent from the regional group, and so on. So you have an opportunity to play with this politics. You can play with the politics of the Human Rights Council because it's a political body. There are interests that they have which are in purely national interests, which may in fact serve your interest in human rights. And we can give some examples of that. But equally, it's a political body. And that means governments get together and agree. And in the case, for example, of the Dalit story, we know very well that the Indian government, for example, influences other governments to say, we don't want to take this issue forward at the United Nations. It's a political position, and they'll use that position with other governments to try to persuade them in those terms. So we see this as a political body which we need to then understand. We need to understand the politics of how it works and the dynamics of it, how things are moving and changing. I only have to refer to the situation of Ukraine. We know what's going on in Ukraine, but already the international community is quite divided between North and South and so forth. And this is the UN. It's continually moving, dynamic, and this offers opportunities, but it also offers obstacles. And the third point I wanted to make before going into the details of how it works is that nothing gets done in human rights without the NGOs, nothing. Governments don't decide at the Human Rights Council that they'd love to make things better for some people or another. This is not how it works. They do it because they're under pressure. They're lobbied by NGOs. They wouldn't do it otherwise. This is not something that is the job of the governments when they get there, unless there's a very strong political background to it. So remember, you're coming as non-governmental organizations, you're kind of the motor. You're the motor of human rights. You're the ones that are pushing it to do new things, to take up new issues, to recognize new kinds of violations, to recognize that there are gaps in human rights protection. The governments don't do it. This is the job. It's your duty in a way, in a sense, it's a duty almost of civil society to put pressure on governments to make it do things that quite honestly, I don't think it would do. And my experience for Indigenous peoples and the Afro-descendant issues and some of the minority issues, the governments will do nothing unless they feel really under pressure that they need to do things. This is not because the people in the room are not nice. There are very nice people, very nice people. Some of them, some are not very nice, maybe. They may be very sympathetic. It's because of the government's positions. And we may talk about that in a moment, because it's important to recognize these are human beings in the room. They're represented by governments, but they are human beings like you or me. And some of us do good things and some of us don't care. And I think that's very much the same of the Human Rights Council. So this is 3 points I wanted to remember, just to start off with. One, the Human Rights Council must be your target in the long run if you want to achieve something. Number two, this is a political body and it has positive and negative elements to that. You may be able to use that politics to get support for your cause. And then thirdly, remember that the civil society is the driving force in human rights in the Human Rights Council. It's the force that will make change and bring things to happen that nobody would have thought. I would have not thought 20 years ago that there would be things on lesbian and gay rights, on people who are, I mean, the whole thing has just moved as a consequence, disabilities, indigenous peoples and so forth. So we have to remember the dynamic is the NGOs. So that's just general. What is the Human Rights Council? Well, luckily for me, Corinne has done a fantastic, slide. The information is there. It's composed of 47 member states who are elected secretly amongst themselves, and they serve, I think, 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, and then they're renewed. These member states are based on a regional distribution. And it's quite important to recognize that the UN is divided into 5 groups. It's the most ridiculous thing in the world, very ridiculous in some ways, but nonetheless, it's divided into regional groups. It has 5 regional groups. So bear this in mind. African states compose about, I think, 13 seats in the Human Rights Council. It's quite a lot of seats, 13 out of 47. And the Asian states a further 13 seats. Again, quite an important composition. So out of the 47, you have 26 states representing Asia and Africa. Whether that's good or bad in terms of your progressing your issues is another matter. So, and then you have something which is very strange to me, I have to say, which is what are called the Eastern European states. And this is a historical regional group based on the old USSR, when there was the Cold War, when the world was divided in 2 between the East and the West. And it still retains that kind of Eastern European member states. And then you have the Latin American and Caribbean states, and they have 8 seats. And then you have something very odd, which is called WEOG in English, Western European and Other Group. So basically, you would say the rich countries, although the rich countries are China, I thought these days. But so it's also, it doesn't include really the richest country these days. So Western European Group is US, Canada, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and so forth. So you've got these regional groups, and that's how the member states are selected on the basis of that number of seats. Remember these regional groups, because it's an issue which we will come back to, because this will be a way of your lobbying and way of working through regional groups. And for people like yourselves from different regions, for example, from the Africa region, this is the starting point probably for your work politically, because you are a citizen of an African state, or you are a citizen of a nation state. So you have every right to ask your government to take action on certain things. So there we are. It's got 47 member states. It meets in Geneva in this odd looking, you see a kind of room which has a bizarre kind of ceiling. which was provided free by Spain, the government of Spain. Some people say it's very beautiful and artistic, and others don't find it so artistic. I won't give you my opinion. Anyway, that's where it meets in roughly in that kind of room. You can see the composition. It's a circle with the idea that there isn't a kind of hierarchy. It's member states on an equal basis, and that's the basis of the United Nations, of course. Each state has one vote and is equal. I mean, at least on paper. In reality, of course, it can be different. It meets almost continuously, I have to say. It has officially three meetings a year, but it is continually ongoing in the sense there is an ongoing presidency of the Human Rights Council, which is, you know, keeping an eye on everything that is going on and is ready for taking action in the case of an urgent or an important action that's required. What does the council actually do at the end of the day when you say, well, it sits there and it costs so much money and all these people get together and they talk like crazy? What are the end product? What's the product at the end? Well, it's a very simple thing. It's something called a resolution. And the resolutions are collected, and these resolutions are the decisions that it takes together. So the product of this body is something called a resolution. It's 1, 2, 3 pages, 4 pages long, and it takes a position and identifies a decision taken by that body. So, for example, if there is going to be a proposal to have an international year for university lecturers like Corinne, like myself sometimes, then this is the body that will make that decision. It will write a resolution, and the resolution will say, recognizing that Corinne worked so hard all throughout the year, is in need of greater attention by the international community. We decide to give her a special working group so she can meet and complain to all the member states and so on. Something like this. It comes out in the form of a resolution. And that's important because at some point you need to know how to draft a resolution, because that's what you want in the end. You want a resolution that will contain the decisions of the council. In other words, you have to be ready to be helped to draft that and put your ideas forward for the contents of that resolution, because that's the product of the Human Rights Council. And these resolutions, as noted here, can be about specific countries or about different situations, or they can just simply call upon special working groups or thinking places to meet where experts can come and can discuss new issues and so forth. So they can be on either what we call thematic, around different human rights issues, or about specific situations of human rights in countries or elsewhere. The Human Rights Council, of course, being a dynamic body in the sense of being continually operational in a way, is able to react to situations as they come up. And so if there is a serious human rights issue, it's able to react, call a special session, bring people together to discuss some of the issues, to begin to look at possible solutions. And you've had a number of them, for example, on Myanmar, on Sudan, Ethiopia, places where governments have felt that there is a real need for urgent action, urgent discussion amongst member states. So you have these potential for that kind of special session. I don't think it falls very much into our interests, because we hope very much that these are not horrible, terrible human rights crises that we're facing. We're talking about a systematic kind of discrimination, which requires not a special session, but a different kind of action by the Human Rights Council. But it can take up other issues, and these issues can be related to a human rights crisis. And last year, for example, in the light of the, well, I was going to say it was basically in the United States, of the violence by the police against Afro-Americans, which became so public and was so raised to a very important level internationally, the UN decided to create a very special working group on justice and the law enforcement. So it has this new expert body which is looking specifically at how police deal with Afro descendants in different countries in the world. So you have this, which can be also a reaction to an issue that has become of great public concern. And so you have this potential for the creation of an expert body to give advice to the Human Rights Council on a new issue. So who can participate? Well, this is a government body. So it's only governments, but they do allow what are called observers. And observers are, as Corinne has mentioned earlier, those non-governmental organizations that have been recognized by the Economic and Social Council. So these are NGOs in consultative status, as they call them, where they can participate, make statements, write information and receive information from governments. And we'll probably talk about that a bit more in detail, because that's also your entry point into the work of the Human Rights Council. And of course, they will develop different kinds of texts. In here, for example, it could be on a declaration or a binding instrument and so forth, such as a convention or and so forth. So that is essentially the Human Rights Council. There's something on the mandate. I think it's broadly spoken. I've mentioned it. I think we have to jump to the next one, don't we? It has basically a kind of role to influence governments. When I talk about the Human Rights Council taking decisions, it takes decisions, but these are decisions which are in fact recommendations, and governments are meeting in the Human Rights Council, will come to the conclusion and then will promote through resolutions human rights, will make proposals to governments, will recommend that they take action in certain areas. So it has this role of persuasion, of trying to encourage governments to recognize and respect human rights. It can, of course, address very specific situations of violations of human rights and make recommendations. It does so, for example, as we've mentioned, in the case of special situations such as the military dictatorship in Myanmar, or the violence in Ethiopia, and so on. So the conflict in Ethiopia. So you have these potentials for dealing with human rights situations. And it has also a role of education and promoting active action at the national level to promote human rights more generally through education and through provision of technical assistance through the UN system, and some mention of that was made today. And of course, it's a space for talking about issues, a space for listening, a space for learning about new issues that have coming and emerged. So it has this kind of role of promotion of human rights, and in the sense of protection, using its system of resolutions, and which are a kind of persuasive element. It doesn't have the role of an international court, to try to persuade governments to take action on human rights. So it's a promotional body in that sense. Should we go on to the UPR? And one of the unique features of the Human Rights Council is this so-called universal periodic review. And maybe just to unpack the words there. This is quite an interesting idea. And you have to go back in time and remember that the Human Rights Council began its history a long time ago in 1946, when the UN was established, when the General Assembly was established, and the commission, what was called at that time a Commission on Human Rights, governments met to discuss human rights within the General Assembly, going right back to the beginning of the United Nations. And of course, it did do the very important work of developing a declaration on human rights, which was the first step towards all of this massive amount of human rights documentation and legal norms that have been created ever since. When they moved from the Human Rights Commission in 2006 to this new Human Rights Council, which was in one way meant to upgrade human rights, raise it to a higher level in the hierarchy of the UN, give it a greater standing in the UN. One of the things, and I think it's quite an interesting thing, is they said, well, basically, we need to make sure everybody's human rights is examined. Every state in the UN is examined on a regular basis to see what they're doing about human rights. I think it was quite difficult to get states to agree, but nonetheless, they created something which basically doesn't hurt too much. It doesn't hurt governments too much because it's got a certain amount of control, a process, but essentially has created a universal mechanism for examining the human rights of every single member state. So universal means all the member states will be reviewed during a period of 4 to 5 years. Everyone will come before the commission. There will be a report on how it has implemented human rights. Has it complied with the treaties? Has it complied with its commitments? What are the ongoing human rights issues and concerns? And makes recommendations to states about how they could improve their human rights in the country. So this is a kind of an interesting project. It's an interesting project because it's the first one that's ever happened, because in the previous session, the Commission on Human Rights had no powers at all to review the human rights of every single country. They only did it through countries that they identified that had particular human rights issues. So this is a kind of interesting global exercise to review human rights. And it's one in which there are a number of participants. So of course there are non-governmental organizations. Non-governmental organizations provide information on the state that is under review. They do it in the form of many different reports, but they're brought together in a short 10-page report from the NGO or from civil society. It's quite a difficult exercise in the sense that 10 pages or thereabouts is not much when you have a lot of different issues to include. It includes information that has been provided from the UN system. So country teams, UNESCO, UNDP, ILO, and so on and so forth. And it contains a national report as well, provided by the government itself and others. So together, what happens is that there are a number of reports which are brought together in one package And that is examined by 3 member states. So out of it, they call it a troika. I don't know why troika. I don't know. I can't just say 3 member states. But anyway, 3 member states who are selected on the basis of regionally. So it's not all one regional group. And they examine it and they raise questions with the state and they enter into a dialogue with the state. And the purpose is in a way to identify some of the core issues that the state faces and to come up with proposals and suggestions that they might take up if they wanted to improve their human rights record. Sometimes it's maybe quite technical. It may be, for example, to ratify an international instrument. You know, an international convention or covenant that they haven't yet ratified. Sometimes it might be to change a law or adopt or adapt a law. Sometimes it might be more dramatic. But what it doesn't do is, if you like, become a heavy-handed instrument of criticism of the state. It's a very mild review in the sense of not wanting to have, if you like, a confrontational approach with state. But nonetheless, it represents a mechanism for looking at the situation, kind of taking a photograph of what's going on in that state at that time, sharing some of the issues of the NGOs and civil society and coming up with proposals. There are ways in which NGOs are involved, and I think at some point we come back to that and see how, in practice, how NGOs contribute to that, or if not necessarily NGOs, but particular groups like Dalek Group or any other groups that want to make their space, their issues, then I think we can further discuss that. Should we move on to the next one? I'm keeping an eye on time. And here we have the mechanisms. These are the very interesting bits of the Human Rights Council, because the Human Rights Council can create what they call these mechanisms. Well, you know them quite well, I think some of you, special rapporteurs, special groups around thematic issues. And so you've got here a variety of possibilities, special rapporteurs being individual experts who can look into specific issues, minorities, modern slavery, indigenous peoples, or they can look into country situations, Afghanistan, Myanmar, and so on. Sometimes they're groups of experts, such as the one that was created on people of African descent or business and human rights, which is very well attended by many NGOs from around the world. And it also has specific mechanisms, such as the mechanism we have for indigenous peoples or the Forum on Minorities, which are bodies where there are thematic discussions on the issues of indigenous peoples, minorities, business and human rights. And there is a kind of, well, the UN calls it a think tank. So we should call it a think tank too, which is a kind of advisory group, advisory committee. And these are a group of, I think, 18 experts, if I'm not mistaken, 18 experts who meet on a regular basis and discuss broadly the thematic issues of the day. And that is also a place in which NGOs can be fully participant. And it's kind of in one way, an interesting entry point, because here these are not governments, these are experts. They're meant to be on the side of human rights, not holding back on human rights. So it's a body where you could think as a potential starting point for discussing some of the issues and trying to get a group of international experts on side on some of the issues. So it's quite a useful a useful tool. Have we done on that? I think that is a, well, these are pictures of the special rapporteurs. I don't know whether you want me to go further into the special rapporteurs and the working groups, or we'll reserve that for another occasion. Corinne, how do you feel?
I think we'll introduce what the function is of the special rapporteurs,
Okay.
and say a little bit about how we can use them, but we'll go into more depth.
Okay. Right. Well, I think the special rapporteur system has turned out to be a very useful tool for human rights, and for all of us, I think, in human rights, because it creates an expert who is independent. That's very important. They're not part of a government, and they are given a theme, whether it's minorities, health. Here we've got modern slavery. They're given a theme, but they're not constrained by any, if you like, norms, apart from general human rights norms, which they themselves can then interpret. So, for example, in a moment, Corinne will talk about the treaty bodies, but the treaty bodies are a monitoring body for specific rights laid out in a convention or a covenant, so that the articles of that convention or covenant are, in a way, the framework for the work that they do. But here there is a bit of a broader possibility. And I give an example because before we had a declaration on the rights of Indigenous peoples, which recognized Indigenous peoples' rights to their traditional lands and resources. Before they had that norm, if you like, before you had that international recognition by the United Nations, the special rapporteur was still able to critique and criticize states for not recognizing Indigenous people's rights to their lands. And he used a different form. He didn't need to use the declaration. He used issues around the importance of their culture, land, and so on and so forth. So what it means is they have a very broad mandate and can take up a wide range of breadths of issues around that theme. And that makes it very interesting and can specifically work on a theme within that. So it could be minorities and education of minorities, or access to education minorities. So they're the specific theme. So what do they do? Well, I mean, first of all, who are they? There are experts appointed for 3 years, and that 3 years can be renewed, and very often is. They don't get any money. They have to do it off their own bat. Of course, they get paid when they go traveling to do investigations, but this is an unpaid job, which means that you really often have to be an academic, because they don't do any work at all, those academics, do they, Corinne? But they have a bit more free time, and often the university will give them freedom and support. So usually it's quite often in that case, but not always. They're appointed for 3 years, and they have the job of basically reporting each year to the Human Rights Council with a report which provides a thematic analysis of an issue with recommendations, or a report about countries that they have visited. So this may be in the course of a year that a rapporteur may visit 2 or 3 countries and write a lengthy report, I mean, not a lengthy report, but a full report on the situation of whatever the issue is, let's say minorities in that country, with recommendations on what governments what the government ought to do. And the third, quite important, maybe a third important issue is that they can actually hear allegations of violations. They can receive allegations in writing, saying we have a human rights issue in my country, and these are the problems. And the rapporteur will write and can write to the government of the day and require the government or ask the government for an explanation or for action to protect the human rights of that particular individual or that particular group. So he has or she has quite an interesting role, both in taking up specific human rights issues and addressing governments, in promoting general issues about a thematic area in the area in which they're working, or in taking up the issues specifically in a country. I think it's a very interesting system. I think there are lots of ways you can exploit it. I know that just now we heard about Mauritania and the rapporteur visit to Mauritania to take up those issues, and how civil society was able to make use of that, the presence of the rapporteur, and let's say make proposals and I suppose make recommendations to him for his report that he gives to the Human Rights Council. I think that's all. Do you want to add something, Corinne, on that? I've missed out, or? Okay.
No, I think that's a great start, Julian.
Should we move on to the next thing, or is that it? Yeah, I have to say something about this because I worked for 20 years in the UN. Well, you know, when I started, it wasn't called the Office of the High Commissioner. It was called the Center for Human Rights. It was a little human rights center of 20 people. So, or no, maybe not. I exaggerate, 50 or 60 people. And then now it's quite a big operation. Why was it created? I think because we had a moment in the UN when the Secretary General was particularly promoting, or let's say in favor of greatly expanding the role of human rights within the UN system at the time of Kofi Annan when he was Secretary General. And I think this, together with a number of non-governmental organizations who put a lot of pressure on governments to say, we need something bigger, we need something with a figurehead, somebody who has a political position that can take political issues rather than just a bureaucracy, an individual who can actually speak out in the name of human rights and isn't constrained as a UN, if you like, civil servant is. You know, for example, when I was a UN civil servant, I couldn't say anything about, you know, what I thought about Palestine or Taiwan or any of these countries. You have to we keep relatively quiet and not give your personal views about anything. But here, in the case of creating this High Commissioner for Human Rights, you created a political person who can, if they are of the right mentality in mind, stand up and say what they feel publicly about human rights violations. We have right now Michelle Bachelet, who is former president of Chile. This commission was set up in, well, the change from a center to an office of the High Commissioner was back in 1993, following on as a recommendation of the World Conference on Human Rights, which had happened a year before. Yes, it has its office in Geneva, but it does all of the technical work which needs to be done to keep the council going, to provide all the reports, have them prepared on time, to do technical cooperation. We have a lot of, the office has a lot of field operations now. I do want to say something, since it's a bit personal, because I think it's very important for non-governmental organizations to know that, is that it's called the Secretariat, is a body which is just like anywhere else. There are some really amazing people who can get things done and really help, and a lot of people and a number of others who actually can't or won't and don't. So I'll be frank, there are some people who are only there because it's a well-paid job and it's great to be there, and there are people who are really use their imagination and their commitment to make things done. And why is that important for you? I think it's because you need to find those people because they can be super allies. They can help you understand how it works, make suggestions to you. I think you should do it like this, maybe not do it like that, and so on. So in other words, these can be good allies if you find the people who really commit to your issues. I would say that not because I think it's, I mean, that was my experience, but Corinne, I'm sure, who came in and worked, I worked with her for a while too, and she knows the inside, so she can be very frank too. There are things you can do. And why is that important? Just don't just think of it as a secretariat and a bureaucracy and you just have to deal with it. Also find out the individuals and maybe make that relationship with them, because sometimes they can be good people who can really help you out and get your issues moving. Okay, so the next one is, well, this always amazes me that we have so many field operations. I think it's amazing that the office now has really like almost like a UN agency, like and so on. I don't think the comment I would like to make is a bit the same as Corinne made at the beginning in relation to UN country teams. It's great that there are all these offices there, because it means you have that direct possibilities of discussing directly with UN staff how you can move forward your issues in that country. So I think it's a very, very useful. Quite often we don't have them in countries where it will be good to have them. For example, I'm not sure we have one in India at the present time. I know that there was always a great discussion about whether or not the Indian government didn't want one and so on and so forth. But it's obviously a place, a starting point for anybody who is interested in human rights, because here they have information, here you can build your relationships, here you can get all the information if any kind of rapporteur is turning up in the country, so you can prepare yourself to talk to them, or expert group, and you can sometimes find out about money that is available for attending meetings. Sometimes there is a little budget to attend a meeting. So it's definitely a place to go to and to introduce yourself to, and to find out what they're doing and to find out what things they can do for you. And I'm sure, you know, in our discussions, when we come to action for the future, this is going to be also an area we can discuss further. Do we go to the next one?
Yeah, I think now we're going to shift gears.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Julian, for taking us through those political bodies of the UN human rights monitoring mechanisms. It's especially helpful to have your thoughts from watching and working with civil society over many years about how to strategically use those mechanisms. And we'll continue to talk about this at our next session and in New York. Let me just take a few moments now to look at the if you will, the legal monitoring bodies of the UN, what we call the treaty bodies, which can be useful for you mostly in relation to your country level work. Because remember that states will voluntarily decide to ratify one of the human rights treaties. And when they do that, that treaty becomes legally binding in your country, which means the government is obligated to implement it. Now we know some governments are good at this and some are bad at this, and some are good on some issues of human rights and poor on others. Regardless, they're intended to report regularly about how they comply with those treaties. So I'm listing here on the left-hand side some examples of the treaties. There are 9 in total. I've not mentioned here Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities or the Convention Against Enforced Disappearance. Each of these treaties has an independent monitoring body made up of experts. And I've given you in the middle column the title of that monitoring body. Now, usually the monitoring body or committee is made up of between 10 and 25 experts that are nominated by countries, but who do not work for a country. So like the special rapporteurs, they're independent and unpaid. So they come with their expertise to support governments to understand how they need to implement treaty obligations. So parts of the treaty on human rights, how they're supposed to implement them. Some of those bodies also have individual complaints system, which means usually if you as an individual, or sometimes also representing a group, have experienced a violation of one part of that treaty, for example, a violation of the right to health, a violation of right to fair trial, then you can go to the committee with a complaint. We'll review that complaint along with the state. So it is similar to going to a court, but the decision of the committee will review your individual case and decide if the state has violated your rights. The state will put forward its view on the case as well, and the committee will make a final decision. Now, that's useful for individual cases. Sometimes the decision or recommendation that the treaty body makes can encourage the government to change laws that will impact on many people. But that's a highly specialized tool in the UN. It requires legal expertise, and it can take many, many years. So we can discuss that at a future date if you're interested, but I wanted to highlight that because it is, for some issues, it can be an important tool. So let's look in a bit more at what these treaty bodies do. So as I said previously, the state must first sign and ratify the treaty before it is legally binding in their territory. Once it is legally binding, that means everybody in the state is protected by those human rights that are in that particular treaty. Different treaties talk about different human rights issues. Every 2 to 5 years, the state will write a report about how it is implementing the treaty. Usually they'll talk article by article, how we're doing on right to health, how we're doing on housing, how we are doing on education. That, for example, would be on reporting on the Convention on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. NGOs can also submit reports. In those reports, NGOs can say, actually, our government is not doing very well on implementing health, on implementing education, on implementing the right to work. There are violations against people on the basis of work and dissent, for example. Now, those NGO reports are not official reports, but they do go on the UN website, and the experts use them to ask questions of the state. Because when the state submits a report, usually they say what they're doing well. They often do not say what they are doing badly. The NGO reports say what the states are doing badly. And so the experts use those NGO reports to help them ask smart questions, targeted questions to the state on how they can do better to implement those treaties. Of that discussion, and it is a discussion between the experts and the state, the government members. NGOs do not participate in that discussion. Their reports are submitted, but it's the experts that ask questions of the state. And at the end, the experts will draft a document that says, this is how your country can do better to comply with this treaty. This is what you need to do to better implement the right to health. This is what you need to do to better implement right to education, etc. So very detailed recommendations. That report is made public, and NGOs can use that by going back to their government to say, this is what the experts said you need to change to better fulfill your legal obligations on this treaty. Let's talk about what this document says. So it becomes a tool for you to engage in dialogue with the state. It's an independent experts making recommendations, and you can try to ensure that some of those recommendations relate to your issues. Now, the treaty bodies meet in Geneva or New York. It's not necessary that civil society be present for that, because you can't talk in the public meeting, but you can meet some of the experts on the side meeting. You can prepare briefings for them, have a chat with them about what questions you think they should ask the state. Now, importantly, in contrast to the special rapporteurs, the treaty body experts do not make country visits. They only have dialogue in Geneva or New York, and members of your country will travel to those cities to have that dialogue. The treaty body members do not go to countries, except for one committee related to the Convention Against Torture. And there they can investigate prisons and places of detention. So it's a significant difference to what you can do with a special rapporteur who can come to your country, meet with civil society, meet with government, and have interesting dialogue. Okay, so just to wrap up here, and we're gonna go to our general discussion. Treaty bodies review state reports. They make final recommendations to states on how they can better implement treaty obligations. They can give views on individual cases where there's a complaints mechanism. Those decisions that they make, the recommendations to the state on a specific person's case, they're not legally binding, but they can make recommendations to the state to change a law, to offer remedy to a person who has experienced a violation. So they can be a useful tool. And then finally, an important way that these treaty bodies contribute, is they draft general comments or recommendations on how to interpret treaty obligations. And this is important because in the treaty text itself, it doesn't necessarily give a lot of detail about how states should implement those treaty articles. But in the general comments, the committee can really develop ideas of how the state should implement those treaty obligations. So, for example, they may have a general recommendation on freedom of expression. So what does that mean in practice? How should the media be regulated? What should national legislation look like, etc.? Or in relation to health or education, the treaty body has developed detailed comments about how to address discrimination in education and health, how to adapt education and health policies for different cultures. So they're useful tools to help you have dialogue with government about how they can better implement the treaties. It's important to remember on treaties that every country in the world has ratified at least 2 of those 9 treaties, and at least 75% of states have ratified at least 4 treaties. So for all of the countries that you work in, there will be a treaty, at least 2, that your state has ratified. And so you will have this opportunity potentially to use that treaty monitoring for your advocacy. Okay, so I think we're going to come back to some open discussion. We'll have a chance now for about 20 minutes for you to share a couple of experiences about how you have used these human rights mechanisms. You can tell us which one you used and why you decided to use that one, what you thought was helpful about working with that mechanism, and what you found difficult. And we will have more time session on the 8th of June. So today we'll start the discussion and we'll continue that at our next session. But I'd like to open the floor to comments from our participants today, offering some examples of how you have used one of these monitoring mechanisms. Ibrahim, would you like to start, please?
Please feel now free to unmute yourself. It should be possible. Yes, you can unmute yourself now. So if anyone wants to jump in, I see Paul's hand is also up. Maybe we can start with Paul while the others get the technical things going.
Yes, maybe let's go to Paul first, and then maybe Ibrahim, you can come in after. Paul, please begin. And Rahul, I see as well.
Thank you, Julian and Corinne, for really laying out the whole arena of the Human Rights Council, the treaty bodies, and how we can use. We've had very, we means in the prior phase of our work, which we mostly focused on Dalits and not the broader construct of the communities discriminated on work and descent. When we raised the issue, we raised it as Dalits, and mainly it was the country from India and also from Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and India. And to that extent, we tried to, I mean, the whole journey was very interesting, but I think probably tomorrow we have a session on that. But one particular thing that I would like to say is the treaty body was extremely concerned by the way the member states have blocked the issue of Dalits from finding a mention in the World Conference Against Racism. And having some of the members we have to India, especially an ally, because he was disturbed at the extreme ways in which this issue was taking up.
Actually, you're breaking up, Paul. Paul, your connection is breaking up.
India.
Paul, can you just repeat what you said, because your connection is breaking up?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think this is something to do. Yeah. No, Professor Patrick Thornberry, who was then the member of Committee for Elimination of Racial Discrimination, sir, took this upon himself to convince the other members and called for a thematic discussion on the issue of dissent, because that was the area in which he felt that this dissent discrimination needs to be discussed, and it falls under the Committee for Elimination of Racial Discrimination's mandate, because India was pitching that this does not come under the purview or the mandate of the of the CERD. And so the thematic discussion had taken place, and the general recommendation 29 was brought in to, first of all, not only affirm that this does indeed fall under the mandate of CERD, and then went on to say a whole lot of recommendations on how this can be addressed, which actually formed the basis for the next set of special rapporteurs who came in and gave in principles and guidelines for the elimination of discrimination based on work and descent. So it was a series of engagement right from 2001 onwards till 2004, which brought this. And I think this is what you and Dr. Julian was saying, that we need to indeed find some people who can be sympathetic allies, who can then move even above the member states to uphold a principle of what you have said, protection, promotion of rights of a particular group of people who have not been completely taken cognizance of by the UN.
Thank you, Paul, for those examples. And indeed, we'll hear more at the next session about how you worked very closely with that committee on the elimination of racial discrimination. So for others, just to repeat, that committee has managed to organize a thematic day on discrimination based on work and descent, descent. So other treaty bodies can organize thematic discussion days, and that can lead into developing a special general recommendation or general comment on that theme. And civil society can participate in that general discussion day. It's a very important opportunity. He's highlighted again the importance of getting a specific committee member interested in your theme, in your issue, because that committee member will convince their other committee members that they need to work on this issue. So having an ally inside is an extremely important starting point. Yeah, so I'll just end on those two key points that we've taken some learning from Paul's example. Now, Ibrahim, vous avez la parole? Ibrahim, would you like to come in?
He's Brahim, Corinne. There's another leader by name Ibrahim from Mali. So this is Brahim, Brahim from Mauritania.
Brahim, allez-y, s'il vous plaît. I'm not sure if he's hearing me. Oh yeah, allez-y, s'il vous plaît, vous avez la parole.
Merci, Corinne.
Thank you, Corinne. I've listened to your speech with lots of interest, and liked your presentation. Thank you very much, Corinne. Thank you very much, Julian, for the pertinent information provided. I would like to share with you my experience and make a remark. My remark is for the civil society. Thanks to civil society, changes have occurred. It means that we have the power to do something. But it has been explained today how we can act. And to act, we need to write to a special rapporteur. We need to write to the treaty bodies. Writing means that you can provide information, and governments have their way to lie to the treaty bodies. and we are the victims, and we have the facts and the truth.
Des rapporteurs spéciaux chargés de l'esclavage.
4 times a special rapporteur on slavery visited us. The first one, Sharinia, went to Mauritania twice, and the second rapporteur came in 2016. And the special rapporteur, Moya Avocata, just left Mauritania 2 days ago and stayed there for 10 days. And it was clear that he had a report we brought to the NGOs about slavery, and various NGOs wrote, and he came to us. He said, "I've read your report, we need to talk." So the rapporteur had special information from us. And we also had a contact with the special rapporteur who didn't come to Mauritania, but we're writing to him so that he can come over. And we would like to talk to him about discrimination on indigenous people, on minorities. And that is the work that we have to do. And I cannot emphasize it anymore. It is very important to write reports. These people are the office, they listen to us and they want to know more about our issues. I went to Geneva 5 times and I spoke to many rapporteurs, to many treaty bodies, and these people are very sympathetic towards our issues, about slavery, minorities, extreme poverty. And when the rapporteur came to Mauritania, changed many things after reading our report. Mauritania worked with special rapporteur and ratify a roadmap. Couldn't catch the beginning of the sentence due to connection issues. Mauritania had to allocate a special budget to tackle slavery. Which was in accordance to the roadmap. So it is definitely our work to make things change, to get in touch with this special rapporteur.
Merci, Brahim, for those excellent examples. If I can summarize a couple of key points. One is that this movement needs to produce information because information is a form of power for you. And I think Brahim's intervention shows you how information can be power. It helps you to influence key people who can be allies for you. And those people rely on you for information about what is happening in your communities and what the government is doing or not doing in response. That's really important. And secondly, if that information comes from many countries at the same time, those treaty bodies, those special rapporteurs pay attention. They can see the trends. They can see it's not an isolated issue in one country. So that builds momentum for your interest in greater UN attention to this issue. Thirdly, it's important to note that country visits of special rapporteurs require the permission of the government. So not all countries will be willing to receive special rapporteurs. However, special rapporteurs also write thematic reports. And in those thematic reports, they can discuss your issues of concern. So there's other ways to interact with special rapporteurs other than those country visits. But the country visits can be very transformative, can be very supportive in opening dialogue with the government, as Brahim's example illustrated. So thank you for that, Brahim. Rahul, I'd like to offer you the floor. Rahul Singh, please.
Thank you, Julian and Corinne, for this wonderful session. I would like to make 2-3 points in addition to what Paul has already mentioned. I mean, for the last couple of, periodic, I mean, we have been intervening in the Universal Periodic issue in 2012, then 2017, and then 2022. We have submitted our stakeholders report on Dalit and Adivasi rights. And we have also participated in several pre-sessions and parallel sessions which has happened in Geneva. That's one. So we are regularly, intervening in the UPR mechanism. Then recently in 2019, we submitted a joint submission to ICCPR prior to the adoption of issues. And many of the recommended questions on the rights of Dalits and Adivasis proposed to the UN Human Rights Committee prior to adoption of the list of issues were taken up by the HR committee. And the issues were actually included in the list of prior to the submission of Government of India's national report under ICCPR. So many of the issues which we raised were actually taken up by HR committee. So this is second. Then thirdly, we have also been intervening with the special rapporteurs. For example, in 2019, I think if I remember, 2019, when special rapporteur on right to water and sanitation came to India, so we made a submission to him on Dalit rights. Then similarly, we have been making submissions to different special rapporteurs. For example, special rapporteurs on the rights of HRDs, human rights defenders. So such kind of interventions we are on regular basis we are making. So thank you so much, Corinne.
Thank you very much, Rahul. It's fantastic to know that you have quite deep expertise about when and how to intervene in that treaty body cycle, reporting cycle. So you've mentioned the list of issues, which is a range of issues that the committee is interested to ask the state about, and civil society can influence as well at that stage what questions the treaty body will ask the state. And Rahul, it sounds like you're successful in getting them to ask hard questions of India. And interesting also that you have experience of working with a wide coalition of NGOs to submit an alternative report. That is another strategy. So you can add your part to wider reports that can have more weight, that can get more attention also from the committee members. So very good examples there. Zakir, you wanted to take the floor. Zakir, please.
Thank you very much. It's very nice presentation. After a long time, I am participating such orientation, I must say. But I was in Geneva in 2006, and I observed how the UPR mechanism evolved. So I was witnessing the whole 21 days there. So that was a great experiences. But after that, we formed a committee in Bangladesh, which is called Human Rights Forum in Bangladesh. It's a 21 organization together from different sectors. And Dalit groups, Bangladesh Dalit and Excluded Rights Movement, one of the active members from the beginning. So we have submitted series of thematic reports under the UPR mechanism in 2009 and 2013 and 2018. So thematic report, and we work together with the larger civil society group that Human Rights Forum has together. We have submitted a parallel report that government has submitted. That's covering all the areas: minority, Dalit, indigenous people, extrajudicial killing, and all the human rights issues that we have submitted. So we are working in two different dimensions. One is thematic report submitted because this is our focus, basically Dalit and indigenous groups, but we are also active in other human rights issues. So that's the important thing, that we have got a various recommendation and from different groups, but specifically for Dalit, we also received the recommendation, which was really great success for us, especially 2013 and 2018. But unfortunately, the recommendation are there, government accepted those recommendations, but the implementation is quite weak. So that's the real challenge. We may really get a lot of recommendation, a lot of positive things. We may get happy to traveling back to Bangladesh. That is fine on all this. And outcome documents, it clearly says that what we have tried to convince the special report here, tried to convince the other the representative from different states and all this, that is fine. But coming to Bangladesh and back to the country, and after a few days, we found the outcome document and recommendation accepted, something is not accepted. The problem is within the 4.5 years, the government is very slow to recommendation to really implement the recommendation. So the main work was in the ground, how we can make the government accountable to implement those recommendations. This is one of the challenges. But I must say that all recommendation not really implemented, I don't want to say, because you see that we also work together with the water sanitation, a special rapporteur on housing. So Bangladesh government is allocating some money to establish the housing for the Dalit colonies. So which is one of the good examples that I must say. There are good examples. The other things is, can you hear me?
Continue.
Okay. So the other thing is that, interestingly, Bangladesh government, after 20 years of really, 2017, there is a, review, economic, social, cultural rights, that is the treaty bodies, under treaty bodies. This is after a long time, Bangladesh has to submit the report to the UN. They are supposed to submit the UN immediately after that, but they have not done it. Due to our serious advocacy with the government, that they finally submitted it. Also, there was a pressure from the UN system that why don't you submit this? They repeated, the questions that why don't you submit it? And they submitted it. We submitted the parallel report along with the thematic report. What is happening for indigenous and Dalit. And again in 2018, economic and civil and political, we took this opportunity again. And then it's hard in 2019. So we are trying to use all these opportunities so that something is there. But still we are in the middle of the next year, our Bangladesh UPR report, UPR review will come again in the 4th cycle. But the recommendation are 3 cycles, and recommendation we have received from other treaty bodies. The implementation of those recommendations is very slow, and in some cases they do not even care. So that's how we can really make them accountable, the government. That's the serious part, that we should be more active on the ground, definitely to implement the recommendation that we have received from the UN. One example that I can say, that last 2012, we are trying to advocate to enact Anti-Discriminatory Act. And finally, in the last month, the bill placed to the parliament. And when we received the final bill that they placed to the parliament, we did a tremendous shift, radical shift, I must say, that what we have submitted to 2012 and 13, in consultation with the Human Rights Commission and Law Commission, along with our civil society, we have a series of consultation, and we come up with a draft. That draft was fantastic. It was clearly that the discrimination is is a criminal offense, or it is an offense. But the draft have really put in the parliament last month, and today was the standing committee meeting, and yesterday we went to the national media, and today in our daily Star Potrika, I have interviewed them, it is printed already. But the unfortunately part that we are so frustrated that the bill which is submitted by our minister, it's completely shift and radical shift to the demand we had and the draft we have prepared. So unfortunate part is that this is the recommendation also made in different treaty bodies and UPR that government should enact the anti-discrimination. So my understanding is the government is going to enact this law. It would not help to realize the rights of the minorities, Dalit and Adivashis, but it would just government can say that, okay, we have done it. You know, our promise is in place, our promise that we fulfilled. But this promise is fulfilled. This law is really not effective that in our side. We reviewed the law and we are trying to put the pressure to the government that you revised it. So the unfortunate part is that properly it is not implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Zakir, for those excellent examples again. And I think it's helpful that you've highlighted some of the opportunities, but also limitations of those mechanisms. First of all, I think it's important that in your UPR outcome reports, specific recommendations were accepted by Bangladesh on the issue of Dalit discrimination. So that was an important success. But you're right that often those recommendations stop with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, that other ministries don't know what happened at the UPR, what happened in Geneva.
In Bangladesh, they're trying to motivate the ministerial group through the Human Rights Commission. We are trying to let them know and inviting all the ministers to come to the workshops that please, it is your responsibility. It's not foreign ministry responsibility. It's the home ministry. It's the Ministry of Social Welfare, Ministry of Population, and the women. So that's we are trying in Bangladesh, and government is also letting them know. But finally, that they can show it. Oh, there is a workshop with all interministerial coordination committees there, something like that. But it is in paper.
Yeah. So the point is there, you had a success in making sure that other parts of the government did know what happened in that UPR. So that's a lesson for other countries as well to think about. How do I ensure that what happened in Geneva at the UPR, those recommendations accepted by my government, are actually communicated to other parts of the government who have power to act on them? And how do we hold them accountable for that through country level dialogue, but also using other human rights mechanisms? So if there's a special rapporteur who comes, tell them, this is the UPR report. This is where the government is failing. Can we add pressure onto the government through that? So thinking about how you can use those different mechanisms together to influence your government is important. Let me turn now to one more person to take the floor. Abirami, you've been waiting patiently. Abirami, you have the floor, please.
Yeah, thank you. It was a wonderful session, able to recollect a lot of things through this session. I would like to say the things that we have been working on the CEDA report. So it is as we all know, on Dalit human issues, there are more recommendations on various committees, not only by CEDA, even the Human Rights Council and the UPR and recommendation, everything. But some recommendation has been accepted by the government, but most of the recommendation has been, few have been non-accepted also. They have not willing to accept the gaps and other things. More on this part, I would like to say the government has not submitted like more than 2 terms of CEDA report. So what is the status, how we are looking into it? Once they submit that, then we can give an alternative reports challenging those issues. What is the existing current situation? But the thing is, the government is not at all submitting their report. So this is another challenge that we are seeing, how to make this thing accountable. One is whenever we are saying that some recommendation are accepted, but how, as the previous person said, it has been on non-implementation. It is the challenge that we are facing, and you all are aware, whenever we speak on India and various international platforms, they used to say we have all kinds of laws, legislation to take care of all the accountabilities. But we know what is the reality, what is the implementation, and also these two things which really makes us worry, not only on Dalit human issue, on overall concerns on human rights. One is not submitting the report by the state on time, that is one, and whatever the recommendation it has been accepted, how much they have been implemented, how we have to, as a NGO, we are giving more time for giving a native report, submitting, collating with various organizations, giving our views, but what is that after that it happens, how we are holding them accountable to get the human rights justice for Dalit women and other minorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhirami, for that excellent example from CDWD. You're right to highlight for everyone that states do not always submit their reports. There are some ways to use allies in the committees to help put pressure on states to issue the reports. And Zakir gave us an example of Bangladesh to do that. But you're right, this is the starting point. They have to have a state report to review. Sometimes they are reviewing many what's called consolidated reports for very many sessions. So there's always an opportunity for the state to come back and report. And so we should maintain that pressure. Let me just finally, I see one more hand from Pradeep. We'll just briefly take some comments from you, Pradeep, before we close the session.
Yeah.
Pradeep, you have
Thank you. I just want to mention, I don't want to take very long. I just want to mention recently back in 2021 November, there's a UN Special Rapporteur on extreme poverty and human rights also visited Nepal, and then I took him in personally two places. One within the Badi communities, forest within the Dalit community. There's one community called Badi community, and they visited there outside of the Kathmandu Valley in the west part of Nepal. And second, they also visited Madhesh flatland in Nepal, and they met young girls, Dalit young girls in Madhesh flatland. So, and they made a special recommendation to Nepal government as well. And they made a press conference, which is they give us like a special recommendation. But as Zakir Bhai mentioned, our government is not listening properly. Maybe we need to work more on how can we create the pressure to government level. That's also one of the strategies we need to think when this UN Special Rapporteur visited. And there's issues raised, but government never listens. So how can we do that? So if you have any good example of that, please share. I really want to learn about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep, for that extra example of a country visit by a special rapporteur, where you can bring the rapporteur to visit with local communities. So local communities can have their voice heard by that special rapporteur and within that report. So it's a way of connecting the very local to the international, because that report will then be presented to the UN in Geneva. On terms of how do we implement the recommendations, this is a common theme, and the national level advocacy requires focused concentration, collaboration, good funding, a common strategy. Now, these are things that we can continue to talk about at the New York meeting. We can see how using some of these mechanisms can help you with that, but it's only a help. It's not a solution, because we remember the UN does not enforce implementation of human rights. It makes recommendations, and they are an ally, but they're only one part of your strategy. Let's come to a conclusion of this session now. We're going to have our final session. We were due to have it in 15 minutes. I don't know, Johannes or Paul, should we start in half an hour so people have a proper break? That would still give us an hour and 15 with Julian.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, maybe at
Paul,
least
please.
20 minutes.
Okay. So we'll have a 20 minute, 20 minutes.
If we can have 20 minutes.
20 minutes
From
comfort break.
now.
Okay. Okay, so let's do that. We'll have 20 minutes comfort break. Please come back for this final session with Julian, because we're going to talk about the Indigenous peoples movement. They're the most successful of all of the minority groups at the UN. There's a lot that we can learn from their experience. So we'll see you in 20 minutes. Come prepared with some questions, also for Julian, and we'll learn with him. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to this final session. I know it's been a marathon of a day so far, but I hope this final session will be more conversational, a chance to hear from Julian about his experience, but for you really to listen and to learn and to ask questions about what we can learn from the Indigenous movement's experience. I'm particularly delighted to have Julian with us to talk about this, because he has a really long view of experience of working with leaders of the Indigenous movement and seeing the changes and successes over time that they've had. And indeed, we can say that from where Indigenous peoples started in the UN, which was really as highly marginalized groups who really were seen as even backward peoples, you know, in their own countries in the 1950s, to being really important players within the UN, to having strong recognition of their issues, having a seat at the table of important discussions. I think there's a lot that we can learn from their success, from being a group of people with very little power, dispersed in many different countries around the world, but able nevertheless to come together, to decide on common goals, to work together over the long term, to achieve those goals, and to have some successful, important outcomes to point to. So let's see what we can learn in this first discussion with Julian about that movement. Julian has worked both for civil society organizations and with the UN in support of Indigenous peoples. For our purposes, what's interesting as well is that he played an important role, especially in the drafting of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So he was part of the Secretariat, the team that supported that dialogue between Indigenous peoples and states on what the content of that declaration would be. And that was a dialogue over many years. But we can see that that dialogue was really transformative in how Indigenous peoples are seen in the world today. So we'll just structure the discussion this way. We'll start to hear from Julian a bit more about just generally how has the Indigenous movement come together to focus on advocacy at the UN. And then we'll take some time to look in more depth specifically at the success of the declaration, because I know this is a key aim that many of you have in mind for this movement as well. So let's see what we can learn from the Indigenous experience. So welcome to the table, Julian, for this discussion. Perhaps you could start by telling us a bit more how you began working with Indigenous peoples.
Thank you, Corinne. As you said, we'll try to make this much more of a interchange because I think it is an area where I can provide information, but also where I think it's useful to get some feedback and questions to sort of prompt me into trying to understand and express ideas about what happened with Indigenous peoples. Let me start just by a little personal comment, which is how I got into it in the first place. I started working with an NGO based in the United Kingdom called Anti-Slavery International. I was asked in 1982 to become the head of research. It sounds very important, but there were only about 6 people there, so it wasn't such a great big organization, and director of the research wasn't such a big job really. But anyway, and whereas my colleague at the time was very interested in the slavery issues, and in particular, have to remember that in that time, Mauritania still hadn't abolished slavery, it hadn't abolished slavery. And so there were still issues about moving to the abolition of slavery. So my colleagues was very, very much interested in that. But my first job was to send me to United Nations in Geneva to attend the very first meeting of the United Nations Working Group on Indigenous Populations. That's what they called them in those days, populations. So my experience was really as a Londoner who has absolutely no knowledge of Indigenous people. I wasn't trained as an anthropologist, so I know nothing about the sort of usual route of interest to Indigenous peoples. So it was really a big surprise to come into a place where people were talking about their land rights and self-determination and running their own affairs and so on. So it dates a little bit from that, when I was 5 years, more or less, I think 5 years, following how this worked from an NGO perspective, and then subsequently being recruited by the UN as part of the Secretariat to take on the issue of the Indigenous peoples, which at the time seemed like a tiny project, really, that nobody was so interested in the Secretariat in human rights. It didn't seem like it would go anywhere. But let me just start with answering or responding to the first question that Corinne sent me, just to get the thing going, and that is really, why did the Indigenous people come to the UN? And I think this is one you're asking yourself. So I'm going to try and tease out 5 or 6 elements that I think might be worth just sharing with you, and maybe that will stimulate a little bit a reflection on, why be there. So I think the sort of obvious one is that there was really no action or visibility of their issues in their home country. So bearing that in mind, I think of the first people who came there that I met, Aboriginal Australians. I think there was somebody from Central America, from Guatemala, somebody from Brazil, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 from Latin America. So we're talking very small numbers of people. Obviously the United States, Canada, but very, very little participation of Indigenous people. So we're talking really about people who in their own country had absolutely no status or recognition or visibility. And I think it was probably out of a sense of frustration that people came, because they were not making any progress, really. They felt they were not making any progress at the national level. Nobody was taking any interest in them. So I think this is one really important aspect that, and I think this is the issue for many of the groups that are part of the global movement is that nobody's actually listening to them in their country. So suddenly in the UN, they thought, well, let's go there. Maybe people will listen to us. And the second is, well, of course, as soon as you talk about human rights, it's the job of the UN to listen. And that, of course, was one of the first things that Indigenous people said, well, we have human rights and you're meant to be dealing with our human rights, you know, and you're not doing anything about our human rights. And it's your job. You know, this is a place, if anywhere should be listening to us, it's you. So you had this other idea that, in fact, Indigenous people, well, first of all, nobody listened to them, but it's UN human rights part that should be listening to them. It's their job. It's their job to listen. And of course, you had that. And then another thing, I think, which is also an element, is that the issues that they were talking with were somehow threatening to states, because actually Indigenous people, as soon as they start to raise their political issues, the states see them as dangerous. Why? Because, well, in the case of Indigenous people, they were suddenly talking about land, their resources. Governments had for years assumed, well, these resources are ours. We're going to use them the way we want. And here suddenly was a voice coming in and say, well, hey, this oil and this uranium and this gas that's coming is coming off our traditional lands. You're taking it from our land. So I think the issues were quite difficult to raise nationally in some ways, because they suddenly threatened the power construct within the society. They were threatening in that sense. So it's difficult to raise issues of self-determination, which Indigenous people feel strongly as control over their own affairs. It seemed like they were threatening something else. You know, what were they threatening? You know, separation from the state, you know, independence. What was it? You know, so these are, I think, another element is the context of the UN is much easier to raise complex and threatening political issues. And of course, if we think of the Dalit issue in India, it's very threatening. It's very threatening to the structure of India and the way the system is established, and the way the economy functions around these kind of exploitative relationships. So it's a very threatening thing, not only to the culture and the history and the perceived identity. So these are threatening concepts. So you move them into a kind of more neutral context, you can discuss them more easily. And I think that was, whether it was a deliberate thought of Indigenous people, but I think it was part of one of the advantages of taking what seemed like very political issues into an area which was theoretically neutral, and where people didn't, start hitting each other when they didn't agree, which in the national context, conflicts take place, violence can take place. It doesn't really often happen, even in very, very violent situations. It doesn't really take place. You can have people at war, but still within the context of the UN, the representatives are still talking. So it's an interesting thing there. And another element, I think, very important, and again, I think reflect upon it as well when you're thinking about the global movement, is suddenly you have access to an international space. It's a place where international NGOs are present. It's a place where governments are present. Suddenly you've got a space where, instead of just talking at the national level and hardly getting your voice heard, you suddenly come into an environment which is absolutely international. There's people from Africa, people from Asia, people from Russia, people from North America, and so on. All these different people from different parts of the world with different cultural understanding, with probably no knowledge, are suddenly part of your audience. And the same with the international NGOs, who often are focused on one issue but don't know your issue. So they suddenly become aware of your issue. So it's a space for raising and reaching out to that, what we call loosely an international community, or international human rights community at least. So I think that's really important. And then, although you don't really feel it very much at the UN, but the potential is there, you have access to an international media. Now, many people don't use the international media, and the media is present in a way which is, in a way, a bit unusual. You know, they're not the top journalists there who are writing the stories. They're stringers. They're people who are based in Geneva or New York, and they're looking for stories. But it is an international press there. Every single major newspaper is present in Geneva. You don't see it very obviously, but it's there. So you have access to that media. But the most important, I think, is how you can use, and this is many of the Canadian Indigenous people did this brilliantly, how you can use the fact that an Indigenous person from Canada is in UN criticizing the government of Canada and get it into the national press in Canada. Because what happens, what they might say in Ottawa, you know, might not be heard. Well, it will be heard today, but let's say a few years back, the capital, you could say something and no press is really that interested. But as soon as you're going there and criticizing your country in a public space in front of the rest of the world, so to speak, and you know, this is a story for the, you can make it into a story. It's a story. And a lot of the Indigenous people from Australia, Canada, US, not so much the US, but the US are able to use the fact that you are present in Geneva, you are criticizing on this particular day the government. So they would tell their friends in the press, the national press, about that before they make their speech, so that it comes out as sort of hot news in the, it's a kind of, it's something which I think was used very well by some Indigenous groups to get a sort of a story into the national press and give it a kind of visibility. So I think that, and then I just want to remark on a comment, you know, some of you have been to the UN quite a lot of times, and after you've been quite a lot of times, it loses its mystery, if I can say that. I mean, there's a certain mystification of this place where actually all it is a lot of very boring old diplomats and bureaucrats sitting around not doing very much because they can't do very much and so on. It can potentially be a pretty boring and silly place to be, where not much is really done in real terms. So, but that's not how many people see it from outside. So it has a kind of reputation which is bigger than it really is. So you can go as a small NGO and say something in a meeting and it can be magnified in some ways. It's at the UN. I spoke at the UN. I said this, you know. So it has a kind of interesting means of raising the level of your voice. It raises the voice to a level. It's a bit ridiculous because we know that it doesn't mean so much. Governments listen to speech after speech. They don't do anything about them. So, but the fact that you spoke from some perspective from outside, it has a real importance. And if I can just say that it's something I thought was really interesting when we started doing a training program at the United Nations for Indigenous people. Then we started doing it with representatives of minority peoples and so on. But we did a training program in which we taught Indigenous people how the UN works, and they came and stayed in Geneva, and they visited and they took part in different meetings and so on. The thing is that when those people returned home, their status within the community with local officials, the police, whatever, was suddenly very, very high. They were suddenly not just a little guy from a community that nobody was taking any notice of. Here was somebody who traveled, who'd been to Paris, New York, Geneva, been meeting diplomats, been at an international organization. They had a sudden status, which was very helpful in protecting them, but also giving them a status within the officialdom. You know, the mayor of a community would meet him whereas if beforehand he would not even have spent 1 minute of the day with him. And there are many concrete examples of this happening. The fact that it gives you a knowledge, a status and a knowledge about the world and about what's happening in international affairs that puts you a little bit above those little bureaucratic people in your hometown who are just telling you, shut up and go away, this kind of guy. So I think it's a potentially, I think all of that package of benefits, if I can think of it like that, were sort of things that came out of that encounter, that it's a sort of, why did we go? Well, these are the things we got out of it, in a way. So that's a sort of starting point. I don't want to give a long talk because I want this to be more of a dialogue. So I kind of prefer to sort of stop at that point and stop myself from just going on forever, because Corinne knows I could go on forever about this story.
Well, that's a great opening reflection on key learning points about the value of going to the UN, because we do have to be critical about that. I think you're right, because we've heard from many people speaking today that they've gone to the UN, they've done action, that their government still doesn't implement. So we have to understand the UN in that perspective. It doesn't provide all the solutions, but as you said, Julian, it can help you to have that little bit of extra power to try and influence government, and that's really important. So Julian, you started off by saying that Indigenous peoples went to the UN because they were not being heard in their own country. But can you tell us, how did Indigenous peoples start to listen to each other? How did they come together to form this global community for advocacy? And what were some of the challenges of that?
Well, of course, unfortunately, I'm not Wikipedia or something, so I'm not always got the right answers. I can only give some ideas that come to mind. And of course, there's so many Indigenous people who we all know who would be also have some wonderful thoughts. But I think first of all, yes, it's quite interesting because the Indigenous people is not naturally a unified whole. In fact, they're almost, as by their nature, completely different. Different in terms of everything, in terms of language. There's no common language really. In terms of religion, in terms of culture, in terms of where they live. I mean, some are from, forest, deep forest, tropical forest, some are savanna, some are nomadic type people, some are urban dwellers. They're from everywhere under the sun, which is in a way part of what is their nature. They're part of our cultural diversity. So naturally, being part of a cultural diversity and representing in some ways, a global cultural diversity, it's pretty hard to say, well, there's some common features. So I think there was a real issue about translation and understanding each other. So let's say understanding communication. And here, Indigenous people were very lucky. First of all, you've got to remember that at least in the UN, there is interpretation. So for quite a lot of people, for large numbers of people who from Latin America or French-speaking countries or Russian-speaking countries, there is, it's all translated. So that's quite handy. It's not like you have to do it all yourself and so on. But they did actually benefit really early on from an NGO that did all that work for them. There was a little NGO, I mean, I don't mean little, it was little to start with. It's a very efficient NGO established really right from day one, which basically helped them all communicate with each other, that could speak French and have somebody did a bit of Russian, did a bit of, some of the main, most difficult languages and so on, and who helped them translate documents and so on. So they had that kind of good fortune. But what I think was really, I mean, the two things I think happened. One is that it began with a small group of people who I would say are obviously indigenous people because their governments recognize them as indigenous people. So indigenous people from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, United States, and Latin America. And in the case of Europe, Sami people from Scandinavian countries and Greenlanders from Denmark. So there was no question that these were, if you like, recognized by governments as indigenous people. And so to begin with, there was this recognition of the groups as, if you like, there was no question of their indigenousness because they were recognized as such. So there was that core. But as things developed, people from other parts of the world began to say, but these issues are our issues too. And we recognize ourselves as indigenous, just like them, you know, in terms of our resources, our culture, our language, the way we're oppressed and discriminated and so on. And you began to develop, for example, people coming from different Asian countries and different African countries. And there was one particular stimulus for that, which is not very often recognized, and that is the fact that the UN in 1992-93 declared an International Year for Indigenous People. And people don't realize how important it was, including most Indigenous people from Australia, Canada, and so on, because they didn't think there was much done. But in fact, during that period, what happened is the UN system in every country team took the story to the country. So suddenly you got people from Nepal saying, are we indigenous people? You know, which sounds like we're indigenous people. People from Morocco, Algeria writing and saying, I think we sound like we're indigenous people too. So you had a stimulus. What does this mean? It means that indigenous people had an identity to begin with, which was a common identity, which is that the governments recognized their issue as specifically indigenous. So they were the original people. They were the colonized people. And they're probably having a hard time and so on. So we know that. They're not going to question that. So you had that core idea, these are the descendants of the original people. So you had that core idea. But then as people came from Africa, this idea became challenged, very, very difficult, because African states said, we're all indigenous. There's no indigenous people, or we're all indigenous people. It doesn't make sense. So we had this terrible tension with African states about, well, you had people coming from NGOs saying we're indigenous people, and then states saying, but we're all indigenous people. And we had the same with Asian states like Bangladesh. The government of Bangladesh said everybody in Bangladesh is indigenous, and they couldn't recognize this identity. So what did this mean? It meant that the concept of indigenousness in these meetings began to be challenged, and it was a stress to the indigenous movement as new people came who appeared to be different, and where suddenly states were very hostile. So I think what does it mean? You know, I think one of the things that was part of the beauty of the indigenous movement is that there was an enormous tolerance to listen. I mean, it is a strong tradition for indigenous people, I mean, for many peoples, not just indigenous people, to always allow someone to say what they want to say until they've finished and hear them out. And that is a strong tradition. And it was part of, I think, what was able to accommodate indigenous, the newcomers, if you like. They were given a voice. Well, let's listen to you. You say you're from Amazigh, from Morocco. What is this? Tell us about that. And I think that whole process of listening allowed the indigenous movement to integrate, slowly but surely, new peoples into the movement who were identifying with them, but they didn't recognize them to start with. But once they'd listened to the stories, oh, you have land, you have a traditional territory. Oh, and you have a a kind of story about where the land came from and where your people came. Oh, and you do this you have a traditional knowledge about how to do these things, you know, and suddenly here are new allies. These are new people from different parts of the world who had similar problems. So it was a very organic process, but I think built on the understanding that we listen and we try to understand, and we hope that we can, how can I say, use this knowledge and incorporate them into our movement. And so because of that kind of respect, I don't recall ever amongst the Indigenous movement any kind of real conflicts, I would say. I mean, there are different kind of conflicts. Conflicts politically about what position to take on the declaration. But, you know, in saying we reject this person or that person. And if I can make a parenthesis of a very silly story, but because Indigenous people doesn't have a definition, following the apartheid regime, when the new South Africa was born, we had coming to the UN representatives of the Boer people. So the Boer people are the former Dutch settlers in South Africa. Well, you know that if you're from South Africa. So the Boer people, they came and said, you know, how about us being Indigenous? We're Indigenous people to Africa. We should like to speak at the meeting. And I remember very much a very interesting discussion with Indigenous people. They said, Julian, you know, you can't let this Boer people say they're Indigenous. It's ridiculous, you know. And I said, yeah, but we don't have a definition of Indigenous people, you know. And if I say you can't speak, then I have to say why they can't speak. And we've never had the principle that somebody can't speak at a meeting. And the Indians say, yeah, well, this is true. We also don't have that. We don't forbid anybody to speak if they have something to say. So in the end, what happened, they were given the right to speak, and they did speak, but every Indigenous person in the room left the room. And when they finished speaking, they all came back into the room. And what did this mean? It meant, well, yeah, you have a right to speak, but we don't recognize you as one of us. But we're not going to stop you speaking. We're not going to stop the principle you have a right to speak at the meeting and so on. But anyway, this kind of idea of tolerance and so on, I think is something which is a very important part of building a civil society movement, you know, to make sure you kind of incorporate and see where you all align and where you can all find a common purpose, because the common purpose is the same, is to get our rights to our land, to get our rights to run our own affairs and so on. Everybody agreed on that. They might on small things, or rather on some of the politics, you know, a strategy, they will have disagreements. But on the core idea, I think, sorry, I tend to talk too much, Corinne, so I stop there.
That's okay. So, well, let me come in there because we've had a question from Paul, which is to try to look more closely at how the organization came together. So his question here is, was this spontaneous, or was it due to a deliberate narrative and assertion of their rights? Or was it a networking effort by the Indigenous Peoples Forum? So maybe you could say a little bit about the fact that there is this sort of decision-making structure or coalition working at the UN. How does that function? How do new members come in? How do they make plans for their advocacy together?
Yeah, I think it was a very brilliant kind of idea, which is quite simple, really, is that they prepared. So before every meeting, and in Geneva, they were very lucky to have the support of the World Council of Churches, which has a space in Geneva and a meeting space. And they just said to the Indigenous people, well, you know, you can have that space for the weekend, Saturday and Sunday, and meet there and prepare for your meeting on Monday morning. So every year they would come to their annual meeting. They would meet 2 days before on the Saturday and Sunday, and they would discuss you know, everything that was going on. You know, what is going to happen next week? The newcomers were given some guidance on how to operate. People with experience talked about, you know, how best to use the meeting. And then there was some strategizing on what they wanted to try to promote and the ideas and so forth. So I think the idea of meeting and preparing is excellent. And there was never a moment in an Indigenous meeting when after the meeting at the UN, they didn't meet afterwards without anybody else, between themselves, among themselves, to discuss what had taken place and to discuss the strategy for the morning. So in other words, they were ready to put the time and work in to do the preparation beforehand, to brief everybody, to get everybody on board, get the newcomers well informed, get the experienced people to talk about how we could, you know, use some of the strategic things and how we need to use this time, and so forth. So, and that allowed them also to be able to make urgent decisions when they thought urgent decisions. So when we were drafting the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, when there was a crisis, because some governments didn't want to do something like this, they could pull out, they could go together, they had the experience, and within, you know, they could put themselves in a room and in an hour they come out with a decision on what they wanted to do. So they had that, they'd gone through the experience of how to make decisions together, to compromise, to get so that they came out with a, if you like, a unified voice with in front of government. So that was I think a really important thing. So they call it the caucus. I mean, that would be probably a good thing to develop for any global movement. Before your meeting, get together, get all the arguments out. You know, if there's any issues, you know, sort them out. And when you come into the room, you have a you don't all have to say the same thing, but basically you're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think this is very important to highlight, that there was space to come together, that there was preparation for making those decisions, and that decisions were ultimately made by consensus, so that there was a unified message to those the movement sought to influence. Let's turn to some of the successes of the movement, Julian. We'll look in a moment in more depth at the declaration, but perhaps you could give us one or two examples of other successes that the movement had at the UN, and why you think those were important examples for potentially for this movement.
Well, I think there are a number of points. First of all, there are things that you can do that are very easy or relatively easy, which have a knock-on effect in the longer term. So one of the things the Indigenous people liked to do was to ask for an expert seminar. An expert seminar is very non-threatening to governments, because an expert seminar is just a bunch of experts. There'll be some representatives from government. It's all kind of easygoing. So the very first one I had to organize was on what was called self-government. And we organized it in Greenland, which is of course actually self-governing territory of the Inuit people, the Greenlandic people. And governments came, you know, maybe 15 government representatives came, but not really speaking on behalf of governments, but listening, giving their thoughts about it, but they were not, let's say they could give their thoughts as almost independent thinking people from a government perspective. They weren't representing a political position. And it allows this incredible exchange on difficult topics, because remember, self-government is self-determination, on issues where governments and Indigenous people were able to talk. And what comes out of it is sometimes some recommendations. Now, those recommendations, they look like, I mean, they're often, you know, quite a lot of them, but one of the things you can do with those recommendations is they become a kind of mantra, almost a kind of customary law over time. What happens is an expert meeting said, oh, the expert meeting said this. An expert meeting, and suddenly the UN experts say X, Y, Z. You know, so what you're doing is you're giving a difficult political concept suddenly a status. This is UN experts who say this. Of course, we know that it's probably some guy just in a room drafted it quickly and, you know, whatever, and slipped it into the list of recommendations. But these are the building blocks of ideas to change the way people think. So I think, and the UN is very much like it's this, all these little mini building blocks which you're continually putting in place to set everything up, to build the foundation of the structure you want. So why was it important, the seminar? Well, it began to build the building blocks for Article 3 of the Declaration, which recognizes Indigenous people's right of self-determination. It was a building block, because suddenly there were experts from different parts of the world saying, you know, Indigenous people have a right, etc. to so seminars are quite an interesting way of taking up issues. And then I think what, you know, if we're talking about the other things, I think it was very useful to have the year and the decade less, but some like the decade. But I personally felt it was very important to have 1 year dedicated to the Indigenous people, because it suddenly gave it an international visibility through the UN country teams, and it gave an excuse to the UN to be able to reach out to countries which hadn't hitherto had much knowledge of the Indigenous issue. And for us within the Secretariat to sort of pull people in from different countries saying, oh, but it's the International Year, so it's for everybody, you know, so there shouldn't be anything wrong from people coming from Africa if they think, you know, so it suddenly opens a space, which I think has been important. So those kind of things can be very, very, very useful. And then I think, well, yeah, I don't know, you know, achievements are, of course, the mechanisms that have been created. Why did the Indigenous want a permanent forum? Well, the truth is many of them didn't. Many of them were very worried about having a permanent forum because they liked what they had before, which was a low-level working group of 5 experts, none of whom were Indigenous, but they saw it as a space which was very open, friendly, and they could say everything. They could critique their governments. They could say in front of the government, my government has violated my rights. And they could say it and speak it out at the meeting. They weren't meant to, but they were able to do it. And they had fear of a new body being created where they couldn't speak openly. So there was a kind of fear about change. At the same time, there were Indigenous people who said, yeah, we want to move for something higher up in the hierarchy of the UN, something where we are the members and we decide what goes on. So you have that kind of dynamic, and that this idea of creating a forum, a space higher up in the UN system, which could be a space where Indigenous people were the main, were the members, was developed. But it was developed very much with the support of a government, the government of Denmark. This was not something which moved really so forcefully alone from Indigenous people. It was a concept of some Indigenous and a few of the especially the Nordic governments who saw this as a very important new space, particularly for ensuring that the Indigenous issues reached the whole UN system, because that's the purpose of the permanent forum, is basically to connect with the UN system and push the UN system into taking action on Indigenous. So that was a very important thing. But at the same time, you know, Indigenous people potentially lost a space where they could raise directly violations about their human rights in the country in which they live. So, and this is the same with the expert mechanism. The expert mechanism, a brilliant idea, a very high level, advising the Human Rights Council, what could you do more? But what has been lost? What has been lost is a space in the UN where a representative from a community in some country can say, my government did this terrible violation to my people. So we don't have that space anymore. So you have to see that sometimes when you go up and get something higher and more prestigious, you know, there's a balance. You can lose that space, that spontaneity of space where, or this freedom to talk directly, because most of these now, these high-level bodies are very thematic. They're very thematic. You can talk about, well, education is terrible in our country, blah, blah, blah. You know, something should be done. But, you know, police came into my community and killed 5 members of my community. You can't say that so easily anymore. So these are the interesting things. Being high up is of course, has its value. And there are other mechanisms for dealing with those gross violations. But it's quite an interesting kind of question. You know, you go 1 foot forward and 1 foot back sometimes in the UN.
Yeah, I think it's helpful, Julian, that you're giving us a critical perspective on some of those mechanisms to say, so that we think maybe strategically about what best helps our movement achieve our aims, right? Yeah. And it may be a space where you can talk about country situations, urgent country, individual situations, rather than a space that's more limited to themes. But let me just pick up on a couple of questions that have been posted in the chat right now. And I think these 2 questions from Paul and Manjula relate to maybe what is the differences between qualitatively the Indigenous movement and the discrimination based on work and descent. Yeah. And I think they've highlighted key things. So for example, in the Indigenous movement, as we've heard from you, land rights are absolutely central to their advocacy. And this captures the attention of states because they're interested in control over land and resources. Whereas for this movement, the peoples are so marginalized, they no longer have control over land or resources. That's one difference. And then the second thing that Manjula has highlighted is simply that Indigenous peoples are present in so many countries around the world, that there are so many countries that have an interest in this issue, and that the population is quite significant. That maybe that is a different balance as well, that yeah, more states are interested in Indigenous issues than maybe would be interested in work and descent. So do you think that these are critical points for this particular movement at work and descent, that there are potentially fewer countries interested in it, and also that this important leverage of land and resources, that sort of power and influence over that, is lacking?
Well, I think it's a very good question. I think it's going to be what is one of the central questions when in New York, you know, how do you develop a movement, make it global, make it inclusive, reach out to governments and so forth. So I think that's very much a question which is going to come. But you're quite right that that in the case of the Indigenous, they managed to develop a clear identity, and I think that's going to be the challenge for the global movement, because it is true that in some ways they were assisted by the fact that they came at a time, they began to grow. You have to think that the Indigenous movement, as it grew, it kind of grew from the 1990s onwards. And 1992 was the year that was held the very famous UN Environment Conference in Rio de Janeiro, where you had the Framework Convention on Climate, you had the biodiversity and desertification, all these big, suddenly, you know, environmental agreements were reached in 1990s. And at that point, Indigenous people were appearing as the newcomers in the international scene. So it coincided with a moment in time. It was the French have a conjoncture. It's a political moment in time, a window of opportunity almost, when they came just at the moment when their presence was relevant. We are the Indigenous people. We are the people caring for biodiversity. We care for the environment. We need to change our relationship to nature and so on. And this is coming, you know, in the 1990s. Now we're fully in on the climate, et cetera, et cetera. So there's that. And I think similarly, you know, for the Afro-descendant movement, it coincided with a whole range of things happening in the United States, you know, that would precede the Me Too movement, but now we have the Me Too movements and so on. These are global impacts. So now, what is the story on what are we talking about here? We're talking about labor exploitation. We're talking about the exploitation of labor in some ways. So when do we get to look at it and take it to pieces and say, what are the really deeper things here? It is, yes, it's about dissent. So how is it, I mean, how do you begin to see this beyond just a very national focus, say, of India or Nepal or whatever? And then I think that's a little bit what, when you start to work on the issues and make them better known, will other places around the world emerge saying, but we have this problem too? You know, Indigenous people didn't go out and try and recruit Indigenous peoples from Africa. What happened is African Indigenous people, or people who saw what was happening, said, we think we are like you. So it's more of that kind of organic relationship. Once you put out what are your issues and make them clear and so on, why they're important, globally why they're important, you know, then suddenly you might find that there are people coming everywhere who say, I want to be part of that political movement because that is close to my heart, because that's they're asking for things that are important for us. So the question then is, what do you want your declaration to say? What do you want? What is the right you want? You know, what is the right you want? What is it you actually want? You don't want your labor to be exploited because, you know, and suddenly you start to put it into words which is expressed in a kind of a more sort of global way. Then maybe there's a potential out there for other people saying, yeah, actually these are going on right now in our country. You know, I mean, you know, you have a potential. I mean, I want to sort of be a futuristic, whatever the word is, but you have, even in my country, I'm not talking about Dalit in my country, you have almost no social mobility, increasingly lower and lower social mobility, increasingly where you are placed in society, you stay. You have this kind of rigidity, the old days of thinking you could go. What is happening in the world, in the globe, globally now, in terms of the market structure, the way we organize the economy? And suddenly maybe there's things in there that, I mean, I'm not here to analyze because I shouldn't be saying this, but I just think that once you clarify what you are asking for, then you might find that there are many political allies out there who say, yeah, we want the same thing as you. And that's what happened. And in fact, just to finish on that, on the Indigenous people, you find very often now Indigenous people linked to the world local community, Indigenous peoples and local communities. You see it in something called the Convention on Biological Diversity. They're linked. Why is that? Well, because there are lots of local communities who are not Indigenous people, but who have a traditional knowledge or care for biodiversity like Indigenous people. So suddenly, you know, the same with climate change. Indigenous peoples and local communities are put together under the whole story of climate change. And that's because there are people who are not part of that Indigenous movement, but who are part of the struggle, who are impacted by the climate change, and who are impacted by the crisis, and who traditionally depend upon the land, and when the climate is deteriorating, they're going to be impacted, that they have a traditional knowledge of how to mitigate and how to survive in difficult, so, you know, all these things. Suddenly they're in part of the same story as the indigenous. So I think once you know what you want and you know what you're looking for politically, then I think perhaps in terms of human rights, then I think maybe what follows is other people begin to identify with you. This is just my idea.
Yeah, if I can just come in there, Julian, obviously the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated on Work and Dissent is really the start of that conversation, right? That this is already expanded, for example, beyond the experience of caste-based discrimination in South Asia, to recognize common experiences in other regions and other countries in very different types of communities. So perhaps you're right that elevating this issue onto the global level, for example, through a UN International Year, telling a story about that can bring other people into the movement and into the conversation. So that's something for perhaps further discussion also at New York. What is the compelling story that this movement will tell? Who are the natural allies of this movement from that story? How can it grow through that allyship? And what is happening in the world now that we can use to help tell our story? What are people interested in right now that relates to our story in the way that the emergence of the environmental global movement was so important for Indigenous peoples? I remind people we welcome your questions. If you can also raise your hand or put questions in the chat, then we'll put those to Julian. If I may, Julian, while we're seeing if there's other questions, or just one moment here. So we have a question from Aloysius. He's interested to understand the visibilization of the Indigenous movement. What kind of issues drew the attention of states towards the Indigenous population, Julian? Because you've mentioned land and resources, that's obviously key. But can you point to anything else that made states particularly paying attention to their call?
Well, I think there were two issues that Indigenous peoples brought to the UN at the very, very beginning. And one was simply the discrimination that they faced in every day, you know, discrimination, simple. And every single statistic you could find demonstrates that Indigenous people fare, you know, very badly in society in terms of access to education, housing, health, whatever. So discrimination, second-class citizens and all that. But there was something happening economically, globally, which of course was very relevant to Indigenous people. And that was an expansion or the boom in resource development that began in the 70s and 80s and has not really stopped. And with the development of technology, that capacity to be able to open up spaces which technologically were impossible to open up. So what happened is, as there was a global boom for resources, many of those resources were sitting on Indigenous people's land. So you had suddenly a moment in time, in my view anyway, where these resources conflicts were occurring all over the place because governments were opening up space on Indigenous people's land for energy supply, hydropower, mineral resources, and so on. If you look at any map in the world right now, and you look at where there is oil, gas development, where you have any kind of extraction of minerals, hydropower, you'll find that 50–60% of it is on Indigenous people's territories. So economic development, as it is understood in this moment in time, which is extracting resources, was all impacting Indigenous people. And so it was a crisis. In every place in the world, there were conflicts because Indigenous people say, we don't want you to take our land. We don't want you to be pushed off our land. So there was a sort of dynamic there. So I think that created a kind of, I would say, a sympathy. But I don't know what, you see, I think the issues that are faced around the global movements issues, I think still remain to be kind of put into this kind of global context. And what is shifting in the world that is making suddenly this issue come forward in such a big way? What is shifting? What is happening? What is happening? So that, I mean, I don't know whether that's a discussion which is going to be part of New York to try to understand the politics and the economics behind everything, you know. So you kind of start to say there is something provoking. Why are you coming suddenly now to the UN? Why are you coming for India? Why, you know, it's always been an Indian thing, you know.
Yeah, if I can just jump in there, Julian, I think it's important, first of all, to recognize that obviously communities affected by discrimination on work and dissent have been coming to the UN for many years and have had a lot of success. So I don't think we want to dismiss that. I think I can see a question here on the chat from Manjula, you know, recognizing that it's been a 2-decade struggle so far with the UN to get recognition. And there has been an important success for that. But going to this discussion we're having now, I think the question is, what is different now? What can we take advantage of now that pushes that development and that success further, right? That widens the opportunities. And that can be, potentially a discussion to have at New York as well. And I think you've shown that, you know, in the case of the Indigenous movement, it's about telling the story about what's happening in relation to their communities as well. So I think, if any of the members want to come to the floor on this, what do you see as, why do you feel this is a critical moment now? Are there opportunities in international dialogues, in international trends that you think this movement can make use of now?
Can I just maybe say something about the declaration, which is a sort of answer to your question?
Please.
The Indigenous people, some of them already drafted a declaration before they even went to the UN. In other words, they began to develop, and there are several, you know, examples of that in the 1970s, drafting a text which contained the things that they felt were important that should be recognized internationally. And it seems to me maybe this is an interesting exercise in order to begin to put on paper what it is that are the rights that are not recognized internationally and are not recognized, you know, in different countries around the world in which there is participants in the movement, and say, well, these are the rights we're looking for, and these are the rights we're going to fight for, because I think that would help, you know, be a good tool for trying to develop, because when you get to talk to governments, what they're going to say is exactly what the government said to Indigenous people in the 1980s. Why do you want human rights? You've got human rights, you know. You got all these rights. You don't bug us. So the Indigenous people had to explain over a long period why they needed what they called collective rights for them as collectivities, and why they needed them to protect their lands and cultures and whatever. So there was this struggle, but I think it might be a useful exercise to begin a first draft of what that declaration might look like, because I think that will clarify, you know, where there are absences in the law, where there is really a need now urgently at this point in time action by states to make sure rights are protected.
Thank you for that thought, Julian. And I think you're right that it helps to articulate a story as well, right? In recognition of gaps in international human rights law by thinking through practically what would be provisions of a declaration that we would want to see the UN adopt. Maybe you could, if we can just build on that for a moment, Julian, what were some of the strategies that the Indigenous movement used to get a declaration? You said that they, first of all, they drafted one that they wanted, right? They articulated what that would look like for them. They drafted it. And where did they go from there?
Well, they had an instrument, which is an expert group who were invited, first of all, they were invited to decide whether or not a declaration or some kind of declaration of principles or guidelines or whatever would be necessary. And I think after 1 or 2 years, they said, we're going to draft a declaration. We think there's a need for a declaration. So they had a place to go. And I think you need a place to go, and it has to be, it's better, I think, to do it with experts than to do it directly with governments. That's my, I mean, there has been experience where have been very successful experiences of states and civil society developing, you know, like the Convention on Disability, for example. But I think here, because it's quite a difficult and political issue, and where there are a lot of states who are opposing it, you kind of need the sort of intermediate level where the Human Rights Council invites experts to meet and hold meeting and to consider the possibility of developing a legal instrument of some kind, and then you are suddenly part of that process and you can feed into it and so on. And that's what the Indigenous did. I mean, they were very proactive, and they came in their hundreds, I would say even thousands at some point in that process of developing a declaration. So, but they had the formal meeting once a year, sometimes 5 days, sometimes 10 days. It took 22 years between the time they started, between the time it was adopted by the General Assembly. And once the experts have finished, usually the governments have to start. I mean, the governments are there, but they may look at it. Now, there might be another way of doing it, which is directly with governments, but then you need some governments to be part and parcel of that, and being your, how can I say, your sponsors. You need a sponsor, governments to sponsor. I mean, more than several governments to sponsor that and say, we really think there's a need for that. So that's why I think as this is quite a controversial one, you might want to start with an expert group who looked at the pros and cons of a legal instrument. And then from that, they conclude it may be useful to develop a document, and then you develop a document and you submit it. You have governments participating, so it takes a shape with government participation. So that could be one route, and that's what Indigenous people did. I mean, there's a whole story about how they worked with governments once it reached the hands of the governments, and that's I'm happy to talk about that. Because there were a lot of important things there going on, but I think that what you need is the starting point right now is if a declaration is desirable and you have already got ideas of that declaration are, then it seems to me, right, what's the next step? Well, you need to get the Human Rights Council to create a little expert group to do the first work, and start to, I mean, I don't know, that's just a thought, but I know this is New York talk, but.
No, but this is important because actually Paul is asking a really detailed question here that's important. So what you're talking about now, Julian, is an expert group that the Human Rights Council appoints to look into the issue, which is different from, I understand, an intergovernmental open-ended working group to negotiate a declaration, right?
Yeah.
So what expert group in the UN do you think would do that, or would you have to form one for that purpose?
Well, you know, it looks like what happens in the UN is that every year new things are created. So it's not like it's not a creative place. So the question is, I think again, I don't feel an expert on the issues. I'm sure I'll become more expert after New York and have a chance really to talk more with everybody and really discuss deeper. But I think instinctively, my sense is that a large number of Asian countries will put their foot down regarding any intergovernmental group which would discuss or develop a legal instrument on this issue. This is what I'm guessing. But it might be possible to develop something which is very bland sounding, so doesn't sound threatening, which can eventually be quite threatening. And this is another way of developing in UN talk. UN talk is very important. And that is why you sometimes need an ally within the Secretariat to find a language which sounds like it's not going to do anything very useful. You know, and that's what it sounded like. If you look at the original creation of the Working Group on Indigenous Populations for Indigenous People, the wording is so, you know, you read it and you think, I wonder what they're doing. Review of developments, taking into account whatever, blah, blah, blah. And you think, oh, if this means we can talk about human rights violations in our country, this is great. But it doesn't say that. Otherwise, nobody would have voted for it. And consider the, I don't know what it was, you know, you have a language which does not sound as though it's going to do very much that you can use, as long as the mandate is there. So to consider the scope of a possible instrument to address issues relating to human rights and other associated blah blah blah, go on for 4 lines or something. And what is it you're doing? You're doing what you're asking the experts to do is gather information, find out more about this issue. If you think that we need to be developing some legal instrument or some guidelines or whatever on this, then develop something and propose it to us, the Human Rights Council. That's what you want. I mean, that's just what you could want, so to speak. So you formulate a language which governments can accept. Well, yeah, this is a fair human rights issue. There are a lot of issues, there are a number of people lobbying, you know. And can I just say, you know, you do also need all these Amnesty and Human Rights Watch and all these guys on board. You know, you need them, you know, because they're heavyweights with all the experts and so on. So you need something which has a good sense of, well, this is what you're saying is, you know, we don't know if it's a really big human rights issue or not, but we think it's enough issues here for at least to start looking at it properly and, you know, as experts, and thinking it through. And, you know, what would be the appropriate way of dealing with it? Would it be a kind of draft? Should we do some draft principles? Should we do guidelines? Should we do, you know, a declaration? Should we, you know, and so on?
Yeah, I think if I can just jump in there, that's good advice, Julian, about ways to start working towards this goal that do not immediately bring political blockage. If I may just offer a piece of information, this year is the 30th anniversary of the UN Declaration on Minorities. One of the aspects of discussion this year about that declaration is, what does it not cover?
Yeah, boy.
So what are the gaps in international protection for minority groups? And it's that this group could use as the basis to push through a recommendation coming out of that 30th anniversary to say, we need to look at this issue, which we've seen is a gap because our current declaration doesn't address it. So thinking strategically about this opportunity this year to start what Julian has suggested, potentially an expert study on this, building on the UN principles and guidelines that, don't forget, we have, right? That
of course.
this is an important starting point to try and resurrect that discussion and say, look, it's been laying there for what, 17 years, right? That hasn't been acted on. We need to take the next step. So there is potentially a political opportunity this year to put that on the UN agenda. I had a hand, I saw Musa Sangao, you had your hand up earlier. Did you want to ask a question, Musa?
And also Abda.
And Abda. Abda says no right now. Musa, did you want to ask a question? Okay, so I don't see Musa at this time. Yeah, I think we're coming to the end of our sessions. So I would like to just leave a bit of time if we have some concluding remarks from folks. It's been a long day. Yes, Musa, did you want to ask a question?
Oui, c'était quand on parlait de leaders.
Yes. When we were talking about leaders of indigenous.
On parlait des experts chez les peuples autochtones.
As we were talking about experts in indigenous people, I wondered what the profile of those experts are. Are they local experts or are they from elsewhere? There is some actual work on indigenous people, and I think it's important for experts to fully understand those people and to carry their claims. So this is my actual question. Is it clear?
Merci, Musa. I think so. I think you're asking, when we talk about experts in the UN, who are we talking about? Are these indigenous peoples? Are they non-indigenous peoples? Maybe, Julian, you could just give
Non,
a short...
avant d'arriver au niveau des Nations Unies, parce que
no, before getting at the UN level, the movement has to be organized at a local level with meetings, leader meetings at a local level, so that the population can be organized, and later on, together with some stakeholders, some activists, the movement can be taken to the UN level. I see very similar situations here where it is much easier to organize population at a local level. Are experts coming from outside or not? This is my question. I need to know it. And I wonder that when I observe things around me, and I think I could get inspired by your answer.
Merci, Musa. Julian, are you able to respond to his question?
If I understand it correctly, we're talking about two different kinds of expert. I mean, they're both expert. And when we talked about Indigenous people, I used expert without defining it. When we began the work on Indigenous peoples at the United Nations, the experts were independent experts who were not Indigenous people. They're from different countries. They might be a professor, or it might be a diplomat or something. So these were experts who were independent but not Indigenous. Indigenous people said, we want to be the experts because we are the experts about Indigenous people, not so much you. And so one of the things that they've fought for and lobbied for were meetings in which they were the experts appointed by governments, which is logical because after all, they know about their own rights and their own situations. So that was one of the things that they asked for. Now, when we are talking today about the future and how we might look to influencing the UN and the Human Rights Council, when I talked about those experts, I was thinking of just generally independent experts who are not necessarily specialists on any issue, because a general human rights expert will listen to the issues and can then make a recommendation on what action to take. So I don't know if that is helpful. Ideally, these issues should be people who live them and experience them. But at the level of the UN, when you start off in this thing, you might just want to have experts who are generally recognized as UN human rights experts without specifically any qualifications beyond that. I don't know.
But also that the knowledge from the community level is shared at the UN as well.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Important. Atanas, you had your hand up earlier. Would you like to comment?
Yes, maybe not to comment, but just to say I'm Atanas. I'm a Roma from Europe, from Brussels, and I was following the presentations. They were really, how to say, thorough and detailed. Thank you for that, Corinne and Julian. I'm myself very much familiar with the EU and how EU functions. Today, this week, we have the EU-Roma Week in the European Parliament, and it was interesting for me to make, how to say, a comparison between the terminology and the language we are using in the UN and in the European Union. For example, in the European Union, we will talk more about minorities, and today the term was Indigenous people. All the different committees that were mentioned and structures. This is like a lot. I hope, yes, I will reread your presentations after that, because it was really a lot of new information, and I was keeping silent because I don't have that much experience with UN structures or UN treaties. I hope to change that in the future, not yet, but yes. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Atanas, and it's really helpful to know you have this knowledge of the European regional level, because there's a lot that we can all learn from the long advocacy of Roma at the European level about strategies of working with governments, of step-by-step advancing a program of advocacy. So your knowledge will be extremely valuable. I was going to make some closing comments, but Paul, you would like to come in now?
Yes, thank you, Corinne. I think I was actually, before Atanas was coming in, I was thinking of asking, Atanas is here, Chipri is here, and I don't know whether Carmen is here, but that's very important thing. We are stitching ourselves as one body, and we are calling ourselves as Communities Discriminated on Work and Descent. And to a certain extent, the Africa, the Quilombola, the Dalits are trying to merge, but the communities, especially like Roma, they have so far placed their main focus on the European institution, because that is where their critical traction for implementation lies. They have not sufficiently felt that UN can do anything better. So now I think we are stitching ourselves as global forum. So I want to ask also Atanas, and probably maybe reflect with them together, how can we together experience a next step of demands that can be realized at the UN, which even EU may or may not be able to be effective. So is that a possibility, or would Roma continue to depend mostly on Europe? I think that is something that we may have to also look at it strategically as we go along.
Thank you, Paul, for pointing this out. Indeed, I mean, we have not only European Roma communities, we have also a lot of Roma communities living in the United States, in Canada, in Latin America, in South America, but somehow we are missing the connection with each other, especially those of us who are here in Europe. Like, we are very much focusing on our own, it's really continental thinking, how to say, in a way, narrow. And indeed, the option to work with UN, to put this agenda on the UN, is somehow it's not strong enough. I know in the long ago, decades ago, there were attempts this to happen for Roma, but then this was lost. So I see the work with you all here as like a tiny opportunity to raise this a bit, this topic back there.
Thank you, Atanasia. I think there's, as you say, the Roma is a global community as well, and therefore the UN makes sense as an advocacy focus. And it's interesting how this group brings together so many different communities and experiences, but with a common agenda. So I think going forward, and particularly in the New York meeting, we can sort of try and work together to develop that common agenda more clearly. I think today's meeting was valuable just for some knowledge exchange, for learning from each other about how we use the UN, what are the pros, what are the cons of using the UN, starting to think through and to map ways to influence the UN on the particular interests of this collective group. We'll go forward with that discussion. We wanted to bring people's knowledge up to similar levels on the UN, and I think we've made a good step forward today in doing that. We can continue that on the 8th of June for our second session, and I invite you all to provide some ideas to Johannes, to Paul, to others about how we can make the most of that next session on the 8th of June. What do you think we need to talk about? What knowledge do you think we need to share, so that when we get to New York, we're ready to have these deeper debates about where this movement is going? Julie and I remain available to help adapt those sessions on the 8th of June to best meet what you need, because this is a lot of investment of your time. You want to make sure that the discussion is useful. But I hope we've achieved our main objectives for today. Thank you to everyone for staying with us and for offering your insights as well. There's a tremendously rich knowledge in this collective that will be important for making this movement a success going forward. So thank you to the organizers for technically bringing us together. Thank you to Julian for reflecting on his long experience at the UN. And I look forward to continuing to discuss these important issues with you on the 8th of June and in New York. Thank you so much.
Corinne and Julian, thank you so much. It has been such a in-depth, stimulating, and soul-searching sessions as we go forward. And I think also it's very important as we think this through, because this preparation is so valuable for us if we have to have a strong, clear, focused strategy ahead for the next 3 years. Before we close, can we all take a picture of us? If all of us can kindly turn on our videos and show our teeth and then hands up. So that will be very good photo, which we can store it for our preparations. Please, all those who have their cameras off, raise your hands, click your videos on, and then hopefully some of us can take the videos. Jai Bhim.
Hello.
Salve.
Jai Bhim.
Jai Bhim.
Jai Bhim.
Jai Bhim. Jai Bhim. Jai Bhim. Yes. I hope we've got some.
Hello.
Rahim.
Hello, brother Siva.
Yes, Siva. We missed you. I hope.
Yeah, I am very sorry. I am in the dark now. Sri Lanka is in the dark, no electricity. So therefore, I am very sorry to give my face to the picture. But still, I am listening from the dark.
Oh, thank you, Siva. Our solidarity with you. Okay. Goodbye. We'll meet again on 8th. Thank you. Jai Bhim, Dr. Roma, Salve.
Thank you very much to Mariela, Nuno, and the other interpreters, Nicolas, and for interpreting. It was brilliant. Thank you so much for all the support on that.
Thank you so much.
And also the team, and obviously Corinne and Julian, brilliant speakers, concise, good pace. That was hugely enriching, I think, and I think it's a very good basis for the next meeting and also for the New York meeting. Take care, all.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.